Resolve from APF, that's a recommendation. Contractor, that's a recommendation for any type of moisture issues. If we're not willing to take a Tramex digital moisture tester or a RH test, we can always go to the Vaporsolve products or the Contractor products. They will hold up to 99% relative humidity. So anytime there's a moisture concern, give us a call, we'll walk you through it. Pretty simple, easy process. 1 or 2 coat applications, and then you don't have to worry about moisture ever again. While we're on moisture, so I was born in '86. Anything that is, any concrete slab that is about 20 or 30 years old is questionable for moisture. We couldn't tell you what type of moisture barrier was underneath the concrete when it was poured. So we have to assume there's going to be moisture issues. So for a quick, easy fix, the Vaporsolve products will take care of all your moisture mitigation issues. Another issue that we have is poor installation. Contractor error. I always ask, who mixed the product? I mixed it myself. The owner of the company mixed it? Really? Oh, well, my guy did. Okay, well, who's your guy? Is he new? No, he's the best guy I got. That's usually what I always like to hear is we've got the best guy on the mix. So once I hear that, hey, he's been doing this for 10 years, we haven't had any issues, all right, we can eliminate that variable. So when there's issues and you call me, I'm not going to question you. I'm just questioning the situation so we can eliminate as many variables that we possibly can to ensure that we have successful applications. Because at the end of the day, when you buy our products, I work for you all. So any issues that pop up, call me. I'm here for you. 24/7. That's what I tell my people, my contractor buddies. Anytime you need me, I'm here. So job site conditions, that's another thing. I've been in multiple applications where we've had contamination flying through the air, like at steel manufacturing plants and things like that. We just used moisture mitigation or an oil stop primer, and they're constantly manufacturing and processing metal and running forklifts back and forth all throughout the facility. And some people don't like new epoxy floors. They want to test them out and run forklifts over them, when it's less than a day old, and then say, hey, your coating is no good, you've got an issue. Well, you got to at least give it, 2 days before you put a high-low on it or a forklift on it. So sometimes you don't have that option, So when we have certain job site conditions that we need a fast turnaround time, call me. We have these products that can be returned to service in 24 hours. So if somebody says, hey, your window is 6 to 8 hours, that's tough. But if you can get me, 24, 48, something like that, we can do almost any job that comes our way. Unexplained or untestable failures. I'd say that's maybe 1 or 2%. Every once in a while, just something happens, and you have to eliminate those variables to ensure that we have successful applications. Surface prep. So this is one of the most important, if not the most important thing when it comes to applying epoxy coatings. So does anybody have a grinder or shop blaster of their own? What brand do you have, sir?
I can't pronounce the name. Red one?
Okay, cool. Watch yourself. So I don't have a preference on any type of surface preparation other than, the stuff that they sell here at Sunshine. So I'm sure you'd be able to get hooked up here. I like dealing directly, with people that grind all day, every day, or use shop blasters all day, every day. So, like Blast Track, Lavina, all those type of people, you cannot go wrong with that. Mataba, the DeWalt grinders, all that type of stuff will work. A lot of it is a preference. So if we have any questions, concerns, we can always bring that up. But surface preparation is the key to success. Things to consider. I would say concrete cleanliness is one of the very most important things as well. So just because you go in and grind or shop blast the floor doesn't mean that it's rare and ready to go. I was taught a very rude and down and out way to vacuum. One of my previous bosses, we're doing a 3,000 square foot airplane hangar, and I'm vacuuming, just like I'm vacuuming the living room at my mom's house or something. He says, Ryan, he grabbed the vacuum out of my hands. He said, there's one way to vacuum, Ryan, that's it. North, south, east, west. That's it. So when I go out and I teach people, that's the only way that I teach them is north, south, east, west. And I use that practice for grinding, for vacuuming, for back rolling. Once we get that embedded into everybody's head, we can do damage out in the field. But until we get everybody on that same page, because some people will just want to go one way, and it's like, well, you missed a spot over there because you're only going this way. Cross hatch it, or west, north, south, east, west, and you'll hit 100 or 99% of that entire floor every single time. So have I tried to just go one way? Yes. It's not the best way to do it, and my motto is do it right the first time, and then we don't ever have to worry about it again, or we shouldn't have to. There are a lot of requirements when it comes to doing a surface prep job. Noise. Some people, in an occupied space are going to complain about shop blasters or grinders. Sometimes we have to work the second or third shift to get it profiled, and then we can come in, even with an occupied space, we have the right products to ensure that you don't have people running out the buildings because of odors and things like that. Electrical needs, when we have our grinders and things like that, ensuring that you're set up, prepared, ready to go is clutch. This is our CSP, Concrete Surface Profile. And we have a profile here to show you the CSP 1, 2, and 3 are typically for sealers and thin films. Once we start getting to our 3 and 4, typically this is what we require, 2 or 3, and you can achieve that with a grinding or shot blasting. That's when we can start putting on our high build coatings. When we're starting to get into the 9 and 10s and things like that, that's for overlays and things like that. But most of the time, if you can hit, that 3, that's what we're going for. A shot blaster grinded, no problem there.
What style of grinder are you going to recommend to get a CSP3 without shot blasting?
So there are so many out there. The SACE, our Levinas, really it's just the diamonds that you're using with them. I'm not using a 110 Edco from Home Depot. Have I used it before because I've been in an issue? Yeah. That's not going to create your surface profile number 3. But yeah, when you have a 900-pound SACE, Levina, any of those big boy grinders on floor, I think they're and the power source as well. We're not running 110. We're doing 220, 230, 240.
What wheel? What diamond blade are you going to recommend?
I got you. So, on fresh prepared concrete, anywhere from like a 16, 20, 20, 30, I'd say right in there.
You're okay with it just being grinded without shot blasting here?
Absolutely. As long as it's vacuumed properly, and I'll give you a manufacturer warranty for 1 year, no problem.
There's other companies that we work with, it has to be shot blasted. You can grind it whatever you want, but we need a shot blasted, the CSP3, and then we'll sign off.
I will not argue with that. That is the best. Some people don't have that option to shot blast. I did a airplane hangar last year. This is my claim to fame last year, 90,000 square feet. Does the government want to pay to have it shot blasted or grinded? It all depends. 90,000 square feet, it adds up quick. Even at 9,000 or 900 square feet, it's probably going to be a little bit of a price difference, but shot blasting is always number 1. At APF, we will warranty grinding as long as it is properly been prepared and cleaned, and we haven't had any issues. The concrete's going to fail at about 400 to 500 psi for adhesion. So as long as we can pass that, the concrete's going to fail before any of our coatings. And anytime I can get on site with you or do something, I'd love to do a test sample. Let's do shot blasting compared to grinding.
What's the chemical rating resistance for the
One more time, Sam.
What's the chemical rating for the epoxy? Like what kind of chemical we're not allowed to use on it? Like we said, airplane, gasoline, or oil is gonna affect anything with this product.
So I have a chemical resistant chart I can give you. So, blood, urine, jet fuel, all that type of stuff, depending on what product you're using. So I can get you that chart, but typically the 100% solid epoxy will hold up to almost all your everyday uses, but let's say you're in a fuel manufacturing plant or something like that, or even a secondary containment where they have solvents and gases, things like that, a Novolac, or if you're doing commercial kitchens, you're probably going to want to use our 600 epoxy. It's going to have more chemical resistance. So 400 is basic, then 600, then 900. So 3 different epoxies depending on what your exposure is. Good question. Sorry. Thank you. So the pros and cons for shop blasting. Again, the pros for shop blasting are going to be, you're going to get a very efficient, virtually dust-free application. With grinding, again, I said less expensive. I don't like to use the word cheaper, but you can get things done a little bit more efficient or cost efficient by grinding compared to the shop blasting. And there are some end users that say, hey, I want it done right the first time, the best way, and shop blasting would be the best. So that's why it is up on top, number 1, and then number 2 would be grinding. And then we get into, and I stated a little bit earlier, like a 20-30. So it all depends on, again, what machine, all that type of stuff, but typically 20-30s is what I'd start with to achieve that concrete surface profile number 3. We have a hardness test as well. Again, if somebody's worried about the hardness of the concrete, we can test that as well. So anytime, people have certain concerns with issues that have already occurred, they might hear, oh, this concrete is too soft to coat, or it's sometimes even the other way around. It's very hard, so it's harder to shop blast and grind, and you might need to throw in a little bit extra labor because we're going to have to spend a little bit more time creating that profile. So again, every slab is a little bit different, and a lot of people are using that fiberglass reinforcement to make these hard slabs, and sometimes it's a little bit harder to prep properly to ensure that our coatings are gonna stick. Scarifying is also another method of prep that is very, very difficult not to damage the concrete. So, I mean, if anybody says, hey, we want our project scarified instead of grinding or shot blasted, that's going to take a lot of coating to fill those imperfections that the scarifying creates. But it does remove current coatings very, very fast. Coverage and conversion factors. This is something that has always been a question for me, my colleagues, contractors, things like that. So the best way that I can describe it, and we're just going to go with 100% solids here, 8 mils, 200 square feet per gallon. 10 mils, 160. 20 mils, 80 square feet. And 25 mils, 64. I've got a question. How many mils is 100 square feet per gallon? If 10 mils is 160, if 20 mils is 80, what is 16 mils with 100% solids? 16 mils is going to be 100 square feet. It was close. 16 mils with 100% solid epoxy is always going to be 100 square feet per gallon. And you can use this right here, the 1604. I can get all this document over to everybody. Can you guys see this okay? All right. Okay. So I'll ensure that everybody gets a copy. We have the sign-in sheet so you guys get all this documentation if you ever want to refer to it. The first time I heard it, I'm like, 1604, what are you talking about? So that's an easy way for anybody to convert the 100% solid coatings by mil thickness. So we'll go over that again and again and again today, but most of our coatings are going to be around that 8 to 10 mil mark, 160 to 200 square feet for the epoxies, and then we can go anywhere between like 300 square feet for our top coats. Correct. And I came from the industrial coating manufacturer world where we applied a lot of thin film coatings direct to metal as well. So typically a wet film thickness gauge is going to be used on thin coatings with a smooth substrate. Concrete is not very smooth and it's not very level either. So if there's something that we're doing a mock-up or a demo or something like that and we need to ensure the proper thickness is being applied, we can use a wet film gauge. I've got a couple in my bag if you want to see them. Just another tool for your toolbox. The product conditioning, that is very important as well. So I live in the Midwest. We don't have lovely California weather. We get a lot of contractors that leave the material out in their truck and trailers at night. Last Monday, the temperature in Missouri was 18 degrees. 20 degrees Tuesday, and then Wednesday it was up to like 60 or 70 degrees. You know, people get busted water lines that way, all sorts of stuff. But realistically, one of the most important things is having your material conditioned. And what I mean by that is if we're going to apply it in this warehouse, let's say Saturday we're going to come in while nobody's in and we're going to do an application, let's have our material sitting inside conditioned to that ambient temperature compared to sitting out in the sun at 60, 80, 90 degrees and then getting cold at nighttime at 40 degrees. Bring your material in if you can. That's what I always recommend. Now, do we do that all the time, all day, every day? No. In California, I think you have a much better shot than I do. But, you know, and when it gets to 18 degrees, it's tough.
We hit 95 last week. We had surface temperature at 147.
I saw you had a hot wave when we got the cold wave. Okay, so yes, that's where you need to keep that material conditioned. Could you imagine trying to use some of this epoxy when it's 90 degrees? It's just gonna cure on you so fast that you're gonna have issues on the floor. So always have your material conditioned, and let's say it is 95 in here. No HVAC, maybe it's a new build, something like that. I've had contractors that have purchased cooler trucks to keep the material cooled at 50, 60 degrees. So by the time they bring it to the mix station, it gets to about that ambient temperature, and it's easy to work with compared to keeping it in a cooler or a freezer. Now, if you are doing a small job and it is 80, 90 degrees, I have contractors that'll put the top coats or poly in a cooler. One or two kits, something like that. It's not that big of a deal. But when you're doing large jobs, having the material conditioned at all times is ideal. And maybe even the other way around. If it's too cold out, you might want to have it in a little, like a heat box or heat room or something like that as well. And that is it. We'll go to the next slide. Does anybody have any questions, concerns over that? We're going to go over the flooring definitions pretty quick. Ambient air temperature, that's our air temperature right now. Our ASTM, this is a very good society for testing materials. So anytime that I bring up ASTM, that's a standard in the industry. Back rolling, again, north, south, east, west. You guys will get to see that and use some of that material today. Blush. I get this, I would say maybe once a month. So blush, an oily film left on an epoxy floor after curing. Let's say, again, where I'm at, we get high humidities, things like that. It might have a little bit of a stickiness or tackiness to the epoxy the next day if high humidities is exposed to the floor. Very simple, easy fix. A lot of people get freaked out and they're like, the material didn't cure. All right, well, if you can stick your nail or your thumb into the material and you don't get any material back, that's dry to touch. If you can still put a fingernail in there, it's not dry to touch. And that's usually what I ask first. They're like, nope, we can touch it, nothing comes back on our hands, we really can't fingernail it, but it's still sticky, it's still tacky. No problem. Grab your acetone, you want to wipe it down and see if that removes that oily film. That's usually the easiest, quickest fix, and it happens every once in a while. You just have to remedy it and move on. If there's still a little bit of a residue, a light sand with a sand screen or sandpaper, stuff like that, solvent wipe it, sand it, vacuum, then solvent wipe it, and you're good to go. So any type that you have a blush, just hit me up and we'll walk through it. Yes, sir.
We have other manufacturers, obviously, and we have a couple that are getting a lot of blushing overnight. What do you say your odds are overnight of blushing? Pretty much we're going to have to acetone wipe the next day if we're doing something?
Overnight blushing, that was the question?
Yeah. What's the odds that yours is going to blush overnight? Should we expect
Typically, no, sir. I would say 9 times out of 10, 8 times out of 10, that's what everybody's gravitating towards. We're staying in that 24-hour recoat window. Now, if there is some type of blush or something like that, it's a quick fix. If you go over the top of it, that's a contaminant. You're going to have an issue. Now, if you just start on it and say, hey, we're going to roll with it, we're going to see if we can get away with it, and it starts separating, and that's usually the first thing that I see that there's blush on a system is because the epoxy wants to start crawling or some type of contaminant on that substrate. So a solvent wipe, a quick screening, another vacuum, solvent wipe, and you're good to go. Broadcasting rejection. Typically on my flake floors, my skill set only allows me to do full broadcast. Do I think the partial broadcast floors look good? Absolutely. It is very difficult for me to achieve that in a uniform application. So I always recommend full broadcast. That's what I would recommend. Our cant and cove base, we'll go over that a little bit as well. I would recommend Speed Cove from Sunshine Supply. We just did that yesterday. We'll put a clear coat on top of that, and that'll be a finished product. CARB, California Air Resources Board, we all know them. Cinepoise, this is going to be the viscosity of our material. So if you do get something that is just way too thick than normal, call us. Ryan, what's going on with this? You know, the material that we had last week isn't this thick. Well, let's see what's going on with it. You know, is it a little bit cold? Maybe it is a little bit thicker from last time. Is it still usable? All that good stuff. So that's what Cinepoise comes in, more of a lab term. Compressive strength, the resistance of the material to fracture under compression. You'll get a lot of end users like the military and things like that asking about what is the compressive strength. So on all our product data sheets on apfepoxy.com, you'll get to see all the testing results for compressive strength, thermal shock, all that type of stuff. Cove base, very similar to the camp base, but that is an example of the cove base. Cutting in, just trimming around the columns, doors, edges. Diamond grinding, we went over diamond grinding. Dry to touch, we brought that up. As long as you can touch it and material doesn't come back on your finger, I consider that dry to touch. Elongation, that has a lot to do with the materials like our Contractor material, waterproof membranes, things like that, or even our Epoxy 300 Flex Paste. We have elongation testing results for that. EPC, epoxy polymer concrete, combination of epoxy resin and aggregates, very similar to our epoxy mortar Jet Deck 300 system. You'll see that on our website. That's the 90,000 square foot airplane hangar I did last year. Fish eyes, we brought that up. Usually some type of surface contaminant is going to cause a fish eye. And then dry film thickness, that's what we're trying to achieve once we apply our 100% solids. I'll use that for example. So if we put 8 mils down and broadcast into that, theoretically we should have 8 mils on that concrete substrate at all times. HAPs, hazard air pollutions, keying in. That's something that I typically recommend when we're applying the urethane cement or, you know, around drains and things like that. It's taking a grinder and actually cutting into the concrete and creating a channel for that material to go into. So any questions on keying in, let me know. But on a standard, you know, basic epoxy floor, there's not much keying in. MSDS is what it's called now, or SDS. That is typically what is going to be found on our website as well. So if you're traveling and you need some of the SDSs or MSDSs, they're all on our website. And if you need something specific when you're going into a facility, because they usually require it, call me, I can hook you up. But it's all on our APF Epoxy and resources.com. This is also important as well, the moisture vapor emission rate and the moisture vapor transmission rates. A lot of people are going to ask, you know, what is going to be our resistance when moisture and vapor comes up into our systems. Like I said earlier, Contractor and VaporSolve are going to handle 99% relative humidity. A neat coat is just a basic application of one single coating, no aggregate, anything like that. PPE, That is something very important as well. That's usually one of the very first things that I bring up. So anybody mixing or anything like that today, or applying material over here that we have set up, we've got gloves, we've got safety glasses. We're all about safety. We want you to go home better than the way you showed up. Yeah, and I've eaten epoxy. I've got it in my mouth before. I mean, it's wild, the stuff that I've learned and dealt with. But as long as you stay safe out in the field, we'll be able to get you back home with no problem, no issues. Orange peel, that's typically what we're going to create when we apply top coats. It's going to have just a little bit of an orange peel finish. Outgassing, that's something that happens when you apply the material typically too thick on your first coating direct to concrete. So I've got contractors that say, hey, this concrete slab is all jacked up. It's got high spots, it got low spots. What do? I said, well, apply a primer coat, and then you apply a flood coat after that, and you can get everything pretty much level. Oh, I'm not going to prime it. I'm just going to dump epoxy on it. Well, when you usually put more than 16 or 20 mils, 100 square feet per gallon, direct to concrete, you're going to get some outgassing. It's not a big deal. It can be fixed with a sand, a solvent wipe, and a vacuum, but it is a issue that can be prevented. Pot life is one thing that is important as well. So with pot life, it really doesn't exist to our coatings.
For the outgassing, what is the threshold of the thickness of your chemical if it's 100% solid? If you're calling out only for 8 to 10 mils per coating or 16 mils for the next one, what is the max where there's a little debit in the concrete and you're trying to balance it out? Would it not start outgassing if it's 30 mils compared to 16 mils?
So once that first primer coat is on, let's utilize our Epoxy 100 from APF. Water-based, 4 to 1 mix ratio, simple and easy product. You don't need to apply that at a thick rate. You want that around that 200 to 300 square feet, and that's going to create a primer sealer coat. Then you can go 30 mils, 50 mils, 100 mils on top of that primer coat with minimal outgassing. Good question. And you see the preconditioning material, that's how important it is. Recoat times. So here at APF, anything over 24 hours, you've went past the recoat window. Now, you might be able to get a little bit extra time with, lower temperatures, all that type of stuff. I just don't play those games. Every 24 hours that goes by, you've got to abrade the surface, clean the surface, and then you're able to recoat.
Would that help?
That is a good way to, let's say, elong your recoat window. At the end of the day, when we have a conversation and you go, Ryan, it's been 72 hours and I just top coated this. Well, it should work. Theoretically, it should work. Per manufacturer, we're recommending that we stay in that 24-hour recoat window. On that 90,000 square foot airplane hangar, we stayed in that recoat window. It was all monolithic as well. So there are some long days out there. We did a 16-hour day out there to ensure that we stayed in that recoat window. Then you've got the manufacturer backing you. And I'll travel from West Coast to East Coast. Whenever there's opportunity or an issue, you call me. Relative humidity, again, as long as we're, staying in that safety zone of around 85% of relative humidity during applications, we should be okay. Again, if we're going to apply our poly top coats with high humidity, over 80, 85% relative humidity, we might have some issues there. So just bring it up to me. We'll try and, make the best recommendations. Hey, Ryan, it's going to be 90% relative humidity in the morning. What if I wait until the afternoon and let that dew die down a little bit and it drops down to 80? Perfect. You're in your window. Let's go. One more time, please.
Are you okay with 5% moisture using the Tremic for the surface, for using the first primer and whatnot?
Very good question. So typically, I want to say once you hit that 5 mark or get close to it, that's when I would recommend a moisture mitigation system, our Vapor Solve. Again, to each its own. I've had applications right at that 5 range where they said, no, I know this, has a concrete barrier that we just poured underneath it. I want to roll with it. Okay, but at least we're letting the end user know that this is the number that we're getting on top of the surface, or that 3/4 of an inch with the tray mix that it measures, and say, hey, this is one way to measure it. Do we want to measure it a different way, or maybe, you know, get a RH test on it or something like that, where we actually, you know, do a instant RH test and get a core of the concrete? It just all depends on the end user. You know, I put that on them at the end of the day.
That'd be my second question. For the warranty, will the prone be required for that? Drill for 24 hours, do the testing, do the reading per the ICR technician.
It's recommended, but not a requirement. So at the end of the day, if you show me the ASTM standard for the tray mix, it's approved. So I'm not gonna, you know, tell somebody that they can't do something. I want to work with you all. So if we can get away with doing the tray mix, and a mock-up is ideal for that type of situation, you know.
It'd be more cost efficient just to do the mock-up than the prone testing.
Thank you.
For 9,000 square feet, that's a lot of drilling.
It is, absolutely, you know, it is. Good point. So that's our quick intro and basic training, just for standard terms and things like that.
If anybody has any questions, just raise your hand. Bye.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody's patience. I know I hate sitting and waiting, so we're gonna probably go through a couple more things real quick. We got a PowerPoint, and then I can always hand out, we have a cleaning and maintenance sheet as well. It just gives proper recommendations on what chemicals to use and what chemicals not to use when you apply an APF floor. Because you'll get a lot of people that use pure concentrates on their floor, like Costco. We do the floors up at Costco, and they let the quat, the material that they use to clean the floors, sit on the floor at all times. And it started creating a little crystallization on the floor because they weren't diluting it properly. They thought something was wrong with the floor. It was just the dilution rate on their concentrated cleaner. Can I click it? Cool. This one? We're good. So, quick agenda here. This is going to get more specific into the APF products. Again, all this stuff is going to be online, and I can help navigate, or if we need to get some documentation, I can bring it your way. So, VaporSolve, that's our moisture remediation system. Armorez, that's going to be our protective floor coatings. Contractor, that's a urethane cement. Granitex, that's going to be our flake floors that you see here. We've got our metallic floors, that's going to be our color chrome, and then ESD. Myself, Chris Bobo, Wells, we really excel in the ESD, electric static discharge. We won't get into it very deep today, but anytime you hear ESD, just think in your mind, cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Because it's a requirement at some of these places, like Raytheon, where the government missile manufacturer. We have floors with ESD floors at Raytheon. You know, our products was spec'd at Raytheon. And they are just going to continue to make more missiles. And, you know, there's just more and more government facilities, microchip facilities, battery facilities that require ESD coatings, aerospace, all that type of stuff. So anytime you hear ESD, call me. I will break it down. Stupid simple, and it's a very easy application. It's not much different than anything else. It really isn't. And we're also starting to try to get into decorative ESD systems as well, if somebody wants something decorative. Markets, aerospace, automotive, commercial, data centers. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Again, anytime that you have questions, concerns, hey, what coating should we recommend? Please call me. I'll pick up the phone. We can go over it. We can do mock-ups, whatever it takes to educate the end users and get some product in their facilities. Most of the time, once we do a mock-up, we've got our foot in the door. And once we get our foot in the door, it's usually, you know, again, cha-ching, 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 game on. And we're here to offer solutions to people. So that's all I call myself, is a solutionist. So whenever there's an issue, please bring up, hey, Ryan, you know, they've got some concerns of what type of flooring is going to be required in this aerospace manufacturing facility. We'll make a great recommendation for them. So our VaporSolve products is going to be very simple. when we do have moisture concerns. So we've got the LP, the Ultra, and really, you know, it's got a 2-coat system or a 1-coat system. If it's been previously coated, we recommend the 2-coat system. The water-based primer is going to seep down into the capillaries of that concrete and seal it much better. Then we put 100% solids on top of it, no issues, no concerns. If it's a brand new slab, I still have people with the airplane hangers, government airplane hangers, that would much rather utilize this material to be safe rather than sorry. So, because they didn't pour the concrete, they don't know exactly what type of moisture barriers are underneath it, but they have to apply the top coating. So they're going to ensure that we use the right products, and utilizing the vapor solve system, it's simple and easy. And we do have over 40 million square feet covered so far. All right, sorry for the delay. Armorez, this is what I was bringing up earlier, our jet deck system. Anytime there's a military opportunity for an airplane hangar, please call us. We've done so much spec work and military work for airplane hangars. I couldn't even tell you how much work that we've done, but we do specialize in it, and I love going on site to the airplane hangars. The one in San Diego, we've done a bunch of work there, and then again, just nationwide. Miramar. This is our Jet Deck 200 system. Don't get the 200 and 300 confused. The 200 is very simple and basic. 2 coats of epoxy, 1 coat of poly. Down and dirty, simple and easy. The Jet Deck 300 system, that's a more complex system. That's going to take some training. That's going to take some mock-ups to ensure that everybody is happy with the final result. We did 4 different mock-ups at Tinker Air Force Base before they approved, and then everybody was happy with the final texture, the color, everything. So it might take more than just one single mock-up. You have to ensure that everybody's happy with it, and then once they sign off on it, that's what we're going to duplicate on the rest of the floor.
How much, what's your mock-up square footage per 10,000?
Mock-up side, the question is how big the mock-up needs to be on a 10,000 square foot opportunity.
Yes, or how many different locations are you going to be? Usually it's 5 by 5 for a simple 10,000 square foot one, or 1,000 square feet. You're going to need to do a 5 by 5.
We're specializing in trying to do business with us nice and simple and easy. So we did 4 different mock-ups. They were all about 10 by 10 in one single area, out of the way of everybody else working in that facility. So yeah, one should be sufficient once they approve it, you know, but it took us 4 different mock-ups to get to that one that they approved, if that makes sense. So yeah, one mock-up, 10 by 10, something like that. If you're happy with 5 by 5, that's fine. The 10 by 10 is just a nice square everybody can look at, and I think that's how the squares were broken up in this little office area.
You do the mock-up just for texture reasons, or you do it for a pool test to make sure it hits?
Smart. So the question was, do we do an adhesion test on the mock-up as well? Absolutely. So we learned very valuable information that we are not going to broadcast quartz into our grout coat, into the Jet Deck 300 system. It's a rounded material compared to an angular profile like aluminum oxide. So the actual colored quartz failed the adhesion test when we used it as a broadcast, but once we put aluminum oxide in there, it passed with flying colors. So yes, very good question. We always want to do an adhesion test on our mock-ups as well. That will ensure that the contractor has done everything that they possibly can to make things right. Colored quartz, that's just a double broadcast. I always recommend a double broadcast of the colored quartz. I've got a couple samples in here. We're not going to do any quartz today, but if any quartz jobs come up, if somebody requests, hey, I want quartz, call me. We can go through it. It's not that much more complicated than any other system. Our PC, that's just a protective coating material. So our epoxy 100 with a poly top coat. Down and dirty, 2-coat system, and I always recommend 2 pigment coats. So Sunshine Supply has the epoxy 100 pigmented in stock, ready to go, and then I would also recommend the poly pigmented as well. Is it a requirement? No, but anytime that we can have a pigmented top coat, it's going to be better than a clear top coat on a solid color. And if we can have 2 color coats, it's always going to be better than one.
All the systems you show, each one is its own system, or is this PC integrated with the others?
The question was, is the PC separate from others? Yes, it is. So everything that you see now is going to be its own standalone system, utilizing.
So the PC is a standalone?
Yes, sir. Castercrete, I brought that up a little bit earlier. That is going to be more of a product for an advanced class. It's fast, and we need to ensure that it's installed properly, and we can also install over tile. So if anybody has a, let's say, commercial kitchen with the quarry tile, as long as it's cleaned properly, which that's pretty hard to get done, and it's prepped properly, and then it's sound, that we can't pop the tiles off or anything like that, we can go in and apply Castercrete over the quarry tiles with no issues whatsoever. And with the brand new crew, we applied 3,600 square feet in Arizona, and they loved it. And we saved them tens of thousands of dollars because they didn't have to rip out all the quarry tile. So anytime somebody has a commercial kitchen that they want coated, and a lot of times it's for slip resistance and cleanability. So anytime that I go in a restaurant and I see that they've got quarry tile, I ask, hey, is that slippery? Oh yeah. In-N-Out. I'm surprised In-N-Out has the quarry tile because that floor is just soaked with water and grease and stuff like that. So I might holler at Miss In-N-Out and see if she's willing to give us a shot. Yes, sir.
This is Health Department approved.
One more time, Sam.
This is Health Department approved, the custom.
Health Department approved. The way that I would word it is it is approved to be used at FDA inspected facilities, if that makes sense. Thank you. And we have all sorts of different systems that are made up of the Castercrete material. We have the Castercrete BioFloor, the SLCQ, the RTCQ, and that really just boils down to rake and trowel, colored quartz. SL, you can call it slurry or self-leveling. And once we get into Castercrete and start applying some of the material, it'll start getting a little easier. The TG, that's usually what I'm applying up to. Again, it's 1 inch with no issues. The temp resistant is also another thing that even a lot of our competitors utilize this product from us because of the temp resistance.
Would it be 1 inch? Would it be 1 inch with sand, or is it just 100% your product?
So the Castercrete material is going to be a 4-component material, and A, B, C, and D, and it has the aggregate in it. So we can discuss that a little bit later, and I'd love to get it in your hand so you can try it.
Extend it to be able to add a little bit more aggregate to maximize your product, or is it set at your quotations? I mean, excuse me, your mix ratio of 1:1 to 4:1.
It's set, but I always broadcast, like we said earlier, aluminum oxide into it on top of it, and that will ensure a fairly level and uniform, and then you can just go on top of it with your next coating. RT, again, rake and trowel, that's really all that stands for. TG is going to be a trowel system. RTB, rake and trowel broadcast. SL, slurry system. SLB, slurry broadcast. Our Granitex, this is where the money's at, guys. This is most of the time where people are gravitating towards. Now, this is a custom, one-of-a-kind sample. You won't find this one anywhere else in the U.S. I made it. This is our terrazzo flake, and I call it our bling series. So whenever you come up, you'll see some of the flake that I added. I want to call it like a metallic flake, and it really pops. It really, really does. Some people love it, and I haven't seen any people hate it yet. So check that out. If you have any questions, let me know on that. We also do glow in the dark and all sorts of stuff. But our standard, again, where this could be maybe a little bit radical for people, are Granitex systems. This is just epoxy 550 VOC with a polyurethane 100 VOC top coat, or if we need a quick return to service, polyaspartic 7500. You can come feel it. We can make it as, and the question was, how's the texture? We can make it as smooth or as rough as you want. It's a fine line. So if you want a smooth floor, it's gonna be nice and easy to clean. If it gets wet, we could have some slip issues. So I try and go right in the middle. So this one is a little bit more aggressive, I think, or it feels like it to me.
Yeah.
So again, it really depends on, when I go back to that case-by-case scenario. Some end users want a little bit more aggregate or a little bit more texture, a little bit more non-skid in the floor. We can take 90 grit aluminum oxide in our top coat and just do a light broadcast into it and back roll it, and that's gonna give you a nice texture that is still cleanable and slip resistant. Some people say, hey, you know, I use this as a mechanic shop, I want it smooth, it doesn't get wet in here. I'm like, well, what if transmission fluid leaks? Well, that could be a slip hazard. That's why we have the guys, or, you know, I pick it up automatically, because we will get a lot of garages that want to redo their floors because of slip hazards and issues like that. So again, do you want a cleanable floor, or do you want a floor that has a little bit of a non-skid in it to ensure that we don't slip, fall, all that good stuff? I like it right in the middle, where it's still cleanable and it's gonna give you some non-skid and texture. Our one-day system, this is what we're gonna be going over today. That's gonna be our, depending on interior, exterior, stuff like that, our Poly 5100, our polyurea. That is a very, very good product, but it's a Cadillac system. So everybody might not be able to afford a Cadillac flake floor. So when we need to bring the price down just a hair, we can utilize the Epoxy 600, and that's what we're gonna show everybody today. That's what 90% of all the manufacturers are recommended these days for a one-day floor. It's fast, it's easy, it's inexpensive, and then you top coat it with our 7500 low odor. That's a one-day system, 2-coat application, you're in and out. Our 2-day, we're gonna utilize our Epoxy 550 VOC with our flakes, and then again, a sim seal is just a option, or a nice tool to have in your toolbox. We can go over sim seal a little bit later. And then most people are just going to be applying the Epoxy 550 VOC with the Poly 100 or the 7500 VOC. That's typically what I recommend to everybody. The one-day systems are cool, but it's a lot of work. And the 2-day system is, you know, in my mind, a little bit easier just to apply. And you can do multiple in one day. The high build system, we're gonna go over that as well. So what makes this such a bulletproof system is it has a grout coat on it compared to just a top coat. Some people might call it a build coat. It really is just another layer of 100% solid epoxy to go over that flake before we put our poly on. So that's gonna be a very high impact resistant floor, and that's what I recommend to people that are gonna have heavy objects, let's say big boats, let's say a mechanic's shop. We wanna put a layer of that epoxy down before we put a top coat down. It gives it that depth as well. I've had a guy do a 12,000 square foot job up in New York, and he wanted a baby butt smooth floor because he had all these high-end cars in there, and he wanted to know the best product. I said, apply the Epoxy 400 UVR, top coated with Poly 100, and it'll be a great system. He used the Independent Blue, which we'll be doing a little bit later as well, and that's a cool color. You don't see it all the time, so we'll apply that Independence Blue and see what everybody thinks on that one. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we will ensure that everybody gets a copy of all this information. So I know I'm going through it a little bit quick, but we'll get a copy to everybody.
How does your products line up with direct sunlight? So some like car dealer shops, they will have those massive windows in front.
We just did Porsche recently, and I believe so, yeah. Okay, so exterior, we'll go, I think I can go, well, I'm a visual person, but the polyurea. If it's going to be exposed to high UV all day, every day, utilize a poly throughout your system. Throw down your Epoxy 100 as a primer, direct to your concrete, or even a vapor solve, something like that, because I think they just poured the concrete in some of these areas at Porsche. I think they did an extension or something like that, and then they had oil contaminated areas as well. So we did moisture mitigation in some areas, we did oil stop primer in some areas, and then we put our system on top of that. And were there some issues on site? Yes, but we resolved it, we worked it out, it was all good.
So is this going to be a case-by-case basis? That'll be the first thing when you get to the job site is to notify the client, is this going to be direct sunlight all day before you start pitching the SC and the TC and all these other letters you have?
Agreed. That's
Okay.
what I would just clearly identify. What's the environment? What's the exposure? You know, what are we going to be exposed to at all times on this floor? Chemicals, all that type of stuff as well. The light broadcast system, that's something that I brought up earlier. I personally don't have enough skill set to do a light broadcast, or maybe I'm just not patient enough. And that is where you see, let's say 60 or 80% of the base coat color, and you just see about 20% of flake on the floor. Really cool look. I just don't have the patience or, you know, to just slowly broadcast flake in there and make sure that it's all uniform. So I always recommend just full flake and keep it moving. Color Chrome, that's our metallic systems. Again, I want to say that Chris Bobo and I did a job for San Diego Padres with a metallic through sunshine. Absolutely. So you just never know who is going to want a metallic floor, when they're going to want it, how they're going to want it, all that type of stuff. So that's absolutely clutch. Also, do a mock-up. Have me make a sample, whatever it takes. I'm willing to do whatever is needed to ensure that we get that job. If it's 200 square feet or 2,000 or 200,000 square feet, I treat everyone the same. So if you need samples, if you need representation out on the floor, call us. We got you. Typically epoxy 100, epoxy 400, and then we can top coat it with our polys. 3-coat application, simple and easy. ESD, we won't get into that too much today. That's our electric static discharge material, and like I said, I can break it down stupid simple because it was complicated to me at the beginning, but really there's 3 systems, and most of the time it's just a 3-coat application. Your primer coat or isolation coat, your 375, and then a top coat of your choice. I actually prefer the, I want to say the 275. That's our poly. It requires 2 coats, but it looks the best. It really does. So it's UV resistant, chemical resistant, all that good stuff. That's our 375. That's just going to have your epoxy 400 as your isolation coat, your 175 conductive primer, and then your 375. That's simple and easy. I mean, these floors should at least be 16, I'd say starting around $16 a square foot. The 975 is what you're going to see, Nano 975. Anytime you hear Nano or Novolac, Nano 975, that is when you're going to want to use a highly chemical resistant coating. And that's what we always ask. What is the material going to be exposed to? And once we know that, then we can make the right product selection. That's all I have for you right now. Yes, sir.
I noticed in your brochures that these systems hold up to medium duty wear. What is your definition of medium duty? And what is the difference between the medium duty and heavy duty?
I gotcha. So I should call Ryan Carolyn, our marketing specialist over here. I think he could give us some clarification on that, but I don't want to put them on the spot. So medium is typically like foot traffic, high-low traffic, things like that. Once you start getting into heavy duty, that's when you're going to have heavy vehicle traffic. You could even have some of the, farming equipment. We do a lot of the stuff in the agricultural manufacturing. So when you have big, heavy-duty pieces of equipment that are turning all day, every day, metal wheeled carts, anything like that, that is just going to be super hardcore and abrasive to the substrate, that's typically what we separate.
So you wouldn't recommend your systems for that type of heavy duty?
Absolutely, our Jet Deck 300 system. It will hold up to 400,000-pound airplanes and any type of chemicals that you want to put on it.
Okay. One other question.
Yeah, good one.
Are you going to give us your contact? You keep saying to call you, but are you going to give us contact information where we can call you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So Sam already has my number, so I will throw it out there right now. Ryan Zabel, 623-606-0755. You call me anytime, and I'll make sure that you get a card or my telephone number direct, okay? No problem. Thank you. So if everybody's okay, we're going to take maybe 5-10 minutes, and then well, okay, it's just cleaning and maintenance. I'll make sure that I get you guys that. We're running, I don't want to run short on application time because I think that's the bread and butter. But cleaning and maintenance is pretty simple and easy. It just tells you what products to use, like a simple green. You don't want to use a concentrated bleach on a brand new floor. That's not a recommendation. Now, can you dilute the bleach or, dilute some of these chemicals and use them for cleaning? Absolutely. Most of the information in there is just saying, hey, don't use pure concentrate on our floors. Make sure that you follow the dilution rates properly, and we'll get you guys that information as well. Yes, sir.
Except for the outgassing and bleaching, separation, you said you use acetone. Wouldn't that mess up if it's still tacky on your chemical?
One more time, if you don't mind, please.
You said earlier to use acetone to clean your
The blush?
yeah, the blush. Sorry, the outgassing. Wouldn't that mess up the cure time of your chemical, or it?
So when you're coming in that next day, so let's say, we applied our coatings at 3-4 o'clock. We come in tomorrow morning, 6-7 a.m., and we have a slight blush on there. The solvent, again, we're not dumping gallons of solvent on there. We're typically saturating a rag, wiping it down with a mop or, depending on how big the area is. And at that time, with 100% solid epoxy, like our epoxy 400, 600, 900, it won't have any issues as long as you just use a small amount compared to dumping and letting it sit on the material, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And that's how I learned out in the field. You fill up a bucket, you take your little mop head, squeegee head, whatever you're using, put it in the bucket, wring it out, put it on your mop, and just start going to town.
Not direct contact with acetone rag, acetone to rag to floor.
Yes, sir. Good question. Thank you.
Would it be in situations where for the UV, would you be able to block out the sun? Would that play a factor into the temperature of the surface? If you're doing like the car dealer shop where they have their windows exposed, what ambient temperature of surface are you looking at?
To be straight with you, we've applied material at over 100 degrees to stay in that recoat window.
Oh wow.
Was it fun? No. And again, you try and condition that material a little bit cooler so it's not sitting at 100 degrees. And the 100 degrees is probably like in the direct sun and things like that. So anytime you start getting over that 80, 90 mark, that's when your work time starts to diminish. Your pot life starts to go down.
So it's better just to do everything at night.
In Arizona, absolutely. Most of the time, that's when they're doing it. I mean, it gets 90 degrees at 6 a.m. So at the end of the day, yeah, a lot of second shift or third shift work is getting done. Yes, sir.
Okay.
When you're talking about ambient temperature, you're not talking about surface temperature. How do you equate that back to surface temperature? When you're in Arizona, okay, and it's always 100 degrees in Arizona, your surface temp's about 120, 130, 140.
In direct sun,
I mean,
Ex-
which one do you? Sorry.
You okay?
Which one are you looking at, ambient temperature or surface temperature?
Both at the end of the day. So I have a chart that I will share with everybody as well. I document when I'm on site all the environmental conditions. So all we can do is document. Again, to stay in that 24-hour recode window, hit us up. We will take your back. We'll try and ensure that everything is going to work out properly. So to answer your question, the ambient temperature was over 100 degrees, but this building was fully covered. So it was, I'm trying to remember exactly, I want to say it was probably substrate temperature, surface temperature was probably between 80.
You don't check it?
No, I'm saying it was, I just can't remember exactly what it was. So yes, you get your IR gun and check your surface temperature, and then you can, use an app or your phone or whatever to check your ambient temperature as well. Good question. Anything else? We want to take 5 real quick. All right, let's take 5. We'll see you guys. All right, guys, we're gonna get started. So, as we discussed earlier, we're gonna go over our one-day garage floor system. And we did some boards yesterday out in the heat. We started about this time yesterday, and we utilized our 550 VOC for a one-day system along with the Epoxy 600. Out in this sun, I wanna say 4 hours, and we were ready to top coat. Just, again, case-by-case scenario. So 3 to 4 hours on Epoxy 600, and typically it's about 6 to 8 hours if we're gonna do like an interior application that's not directly in the sun. So that's your time difference between the applications. So if you get this done probably around, let's just say 10 a.m., 11 a.m., go to lunch, give it 3 or 4 hours, come back. By the end of the day, you're applying our poly top coat, poly 100, poly Spartic 7500, low odor, and that is gonna give you a one-day flooring system. So we're gonna get ready to start mixing. Yeah, I got you. So this is gonna be our 1.5 gallon kit. It's packaged very easy and convenient for people. This is our part A, clear. I always like utilizing a paint stick. I have some contractor buddies that like using spoons. It really doesn't matter what tool you use. Just get all the material out of the bucket. That's the goal. You don't want to leave any of the good stuff in the bucket. So that's simple and easy. No drips. That's another thing that I learned out in the field with the contractors. I had a drippy bucket, Ryan. No. Wipe that bucket, make sure that there are no drips on the floor. Heard. So that's our part A. We're gonna add our pigment pack.
Is there a reason you go through that sequence?
I always mix, Chris asked, is there a reason why we go through this sequence? I always mix my pigment into the part A. That's gonna give you the best uniform appearance. You're gonna get that pigment mixed into the part A, incorporated into the part A.
Is that also the part B pigment?
So it's 3 components. So it'd be your A, B, and then I would call this almost like a part C is your pigment.
Put the pigment in and then the part B.
Correct. But I'm gonna give it a mix to incorporate the color into my part A first. You know, per manufacturer, we're probably at 2 minutes, something like that. Just a nice, slow mix to incorporate the pigment into the epoxy. And Sunshine has you covered for all the tools. I was pleasantly surprised when they had this mixer. You don't have to bend over, you don't have to break your back. And you'll hear some. So we did not sell any material with air bubbles in it. So anytime that the air bubbles are found in the material, we created them. So that's one thing where, you know, I've been mixing for the last 19 years. I always keep my mixer down in the bucket. You don't see me going like this. You don't see me going wild and crazy. Some people mix that way, and it works out fine for them. But I've been mixing for going on 20 years, and this is typically what works every single time. So to prevent, the question was air bubbles. You know, what do we do if we have air bubbles in it? So I always just mix nice and slow to minimize air bubbles. Now, if we do start whipping it up, and you can almost hear, and then you start seeing the material start flying everywhere, you can see some air bubbles in there now that I'm incorporating in there, for sure. At the very end of the mix, I'll mix nice and slow for about a minute, and it'll break up that air and bring it up to the top of the mix. All right. And most of the time when we're doing a large job, I would say that we have a mixer and a timer going at all times. Because I've seen people mix for a minute and it worked, and I've seen people mix for 5 minutes and now you're taking away from work time on the floor. So there's the fine median is right around that 2 to 3 minute mix. That's what works every single time. I broke my own rule. I had a drip. So again, everything is fixable at this point. That's why I love what I do, because if I do make a mistake, it's all fixable. So we've got our part A and our pigment in there. Now we're going to add our part B. This is a 2-to-1 mix ratio material. So we've got 1 gallon of A and a half gallon of B. Can you mix this for me, please? Again, Chris is just mixing nice and slow to ensure we don't bring air into our mix. Another thing that I've learned out in the field with people is cleaning the roller cover before you start using it on a floor. And that's very important, you know, when you're doing the fine finishes. You can get away with a lot with flake, but when I'm teaching people and I'm working with people, I always do it right the first time, then you don't have to worry about it. Usually I'll have like a 2-inch tape, something like that. Can I use your 2-inch real quick, please? Thank you. Thank you. Now, I've seen people use duct tape as well, and it almost pulls the hairs right off. So a 2-inch painter tape works great. And you can see the fuzz on that. So sometimes I'll even do it twice, just to ensure that we don't have any fibers off that roller cover onto our high-end new floor. And usually I recommend using the highest quality roller covers you can get, and especially at Sunshine Supply, they have good ones. That's what I would recommend. I would not recommend going to, you know, the store and buying the cheapest roller covers, because you're going to have some issues out on the floor. Chris, is that a 3-minute mix?
Out there, yep.
All right. So we're going to do it just like I would recommend. Oh, my bad.
Probably put it in your back pocket.
Technical difficulties. All right, here we go. And once we apply material here, we're going to set the material over there, and anybody that wants to apply what you see right now, right here, you're more than welcome to take it over there and apply some material, okay? Why let it go to waste? Utilize it, and then we can ensure that we're all on the same page to ensure that it's being applied properly, okay? So typically, I'm going to recommend a squeegee. You can just put that mixer right on in that bucket, please. And this is going to be the Midwest Rake Squeegee from Sunshine Supply, 8 to 12. This is what I'm recommended. And typically, that north, south, east, west, I'm going to do the same exact thing with the squeegee, okay? Pour me a puddle right here, please. There you go. That'll work. And we're training everybody the same here. No drips.
There you go.
All right. No drips. And I've seen so many people use these squeegees in a different way. Push them, pull them. It doesn't bother me at all. So whatever's convenient for you. But this is one way that we can ensure the coating is applied properly and at the right thickness. So you can push, you can pull, it doesn't matter. The notch squeegee is ensuring that we get that 8 to 10 mils. That's usually what we're going for a standard flake floor. That was a good pour, Chris. All right. Yes, sir. You are about to. You're going to be amazed, my friend.
So the purpose of the squeegee is to gauge the thickness, right?
Yes. Chris's question was, the purpose of the squeegee is to gauge the thickness, correct? Absolutely. We know that we have that 8 to 10, 8 to 12 mils on this floor right now. So we're going to use, pour me just another little puddle right here, will you please? A roller cover from Sunshine Supply. We're going to saturate our roller cover first. And you just see it absorbing that material. That's the goal here. Because we don't want to steal any material that we've already got down at a proper thickness. And I'm going to try and just keep it light on the edges so we don't have material everywhere. And this is a VOC friendly, VOC compliant material. So it can be used interior, exterior, occupied spaces, nationwide. If you can use it in California, you can use it anywhere. Or that's my motto. The reason people really gravitate towards that epoxy 550, and I really like it myself, is the flowability of how it flows. This is not a true 100% solid epoxy. I want to say 95, 96% solids. So it does have a little bit of solvent in it. And it gives you much more working time than a standard 100% solid epoxy. So I usually tell people, 10, 15, 20 minutes with the standard epoxy. You're talking 30 minutes all day before you have to broadcast flake into this material. So you can get a lot done in a short period of time with a small crew because it is just so easy to work with and so forgiving.
You always back roll both ways?
North, south, east, west. Typically that's all I'm doing. All right.
Flake?
Yep. Chris is one of our flake specialists. He has really honed his flake technique. And the way that I like to describe it is feeding the chickens. That's the best way that I can describe it. And Chris, you can stand up. You're a tall guy. Don't break your back. Throw it up. Yep, there you go. Perfect. There you go. Now you're feeding the chickens. Yep, you just want to throw it up and let it do its thing. There you go. And we have a chart that I'm going to hand out to Sunshine to make base coat color recommendations. So let's say they do pick the Independence Blue. I typically like the Delta Fog. It's a light gray, but there's other colors that we could choose as well. So I'll get you a cheat sheet on what material to use as base coats for the flake and how much flake you're going to need for the full broadcast as well. Usually between 0.12 and 0.15 times the square footage is going to give you the amount of flake that you need for the job.
All right, how we doing here?
It looks really good. I just see a few little bare spots, so no big deal there. And it's hard to do this wrong. It really is. As long as you mix up the material right and you apply enough flake, you're going to be ready to go. So again, with the fast coat or the 1-day system, this is going to be 3 to 4 hours to let it cure, and then we can scrape it, vacuum, and then top coat. So that's going to be our goal. Later today, we'll utilize this board and we'll top coat it once it cures out. We're going to take this material over here. We've got flake, we've got our squeegees, we've got our roller covers, we've got glasses, we've got gloves. Does anybody or who wants to apply the material? You're not going to be on camera. This is just, you know, all by yourself, learning to work with APF Epoxy. Okay, come on over. We got you. Gloves? We've got large and extra large.
I'll take extra large.
No problem.
Extra large.
Smart man. Smart man. Good job. Okay. Chris, let's pour a couple puddles if you don't mind. We'll assist these guys a little bit.
Hold anything?
I'm sorry.
You need me to hold anything?
No, just grab your squeegee.
Hey, you have a rag? No.
Thank you. You can hold that one if you want to.
For everyone on the live stream, we're just doing a hands-on demo. Please give us a couple minutes.
We got 1, 2, pour a little more here, right?
Nope, you're good. He's going to work it. I got you.
So this is your number one system, right? It's like pedestrian traffic, or can it be also vehicular traffic? Is there any difference in the application and the degree of how heavy duty it is or whatever?
No, any standard 100% solid epoxy is going to be for light duty or that medium duty traffic. Anytime we hear heavy, that's when we are going to want to gravitate towards like the Jet Deck 300, the epoxy mortar system, or a urethane cement system.
And if once you apply your top coat and everything, 2 years later, if you get a thin spot, a 3-spot, what do you have to do to reapply the top coat before it wears down into the subsurface?
A light sand and then a recoat of your top coat.
Yeah,
Yeah, simple and easy.
just clean it off and everything like that. It's always adhesion.
Exactly.
Always. And your number one favorite is shot blasting.
It is. That'd be the number one method of preparation, shot blasting.
What about that wrinkle he's got right? Oh, yeah, he'll back roll it. I got it.
So we'll pass the squeegee on if you don't mind, please. There you go. We're gonna get you the roller. There you go. We'll roll that out. Excuse me 1 second.
Test, test. Test, test.
I just need to grab a little bucket for some of the flake. Right behind you. I got your flake here. He should be finished and then he can pass it on.
I have a question. Hey, before you start with all this process, you have to clean up this, the concrete, whatever, the floor.
I would recommend grinding it.
Grinding it.
Yes, sir. Before we apply any of this stuff, just grind your floor, shot blast your floor.
Not applying any like chemicals to it to like.
No, sir.
Now, after you're done like doing all the flakes, removing it, can you reuse whatever is left?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, you can reclaim the flake. That's what we say. Yeah,
Okay.
and you'll be able to probably see on this board when we get back to this one how how we reclaim the flake. Absolutely. I usually throw away the flake after it's been scraped. Before it's scraped, it's like brand new flake. So I put that back in the box for the next paying customer. But once it's scraped, it just starts getting smaller and smaller and smaller over time. So once it's scraped, I usually throw that away. But before you scrape it, we can sweep it up and reutilize that flake, no problem.
Question. I feel like to apply, you design it well, it's easy, but to prep it, to properly prep it, every manufacturer has their different requirement. What is yours? Like, we went for other training
Test,
from
test.
the other companies.
Test, test.
They ask for like 150, 100
Test, test.
grape with a grinder. I bought a grinder
Testing,
just
1,
to
2.
grind the
Testing.
floor, but what is your requirement?
The best.
They always want to
Test,
us
test.
to grind it, vacuum it, and that's it.
Correct.
But for me, I don't feel safe. For me, the most important thing is I was on the job site and I scraped this thing up.
Testing, testing.
I know some of the people, they do pressure washing. Right after it, the next day they put it on.
Tickets are
Things come loose. But how we
Test, test.
I mean, how can we properly really do the prep job?
If
Testing, testing.
you get my number, you can show me
Sunshine
exactly what grinder you
Supply.
purchased. I can make recommendations on what grinders
Testing,
I know will work,
testing.
what diamonds will work.
1, 2,
but as long as you
3.
achieve the concrete surface profile number 3, all over and properly clean the substrate by vacuuming, we shouldn't have any issues whatsoever.
Another thing is, I'm not so confident for doing any repair. I've
Testing,
never done any
testing.
repair because when I see it bad, scrape it up.
Testing,
let's redo it.
testing.
I haven't had any crack yet, but this is the only thing I'm worried because I did a restaurant. I don't know if this guy used your product, but we hired
Getting wind.
the epoxy contractor did it. I'm not confident because I'm just worried about if this thing come up or if there's a crack, how can we really fix it? We grind it and apply another 2 coats or.
And I hate to say this, how to do repairs, it's almost a case-by-case scenario. Now, if a flake floor, I've learned it's sometimes fairly easy to apply a repair. When it comes to a solid color, that's a little bit more difficult unless you have a start and stop point and you can just do that area. Sometimes you don't have that. Most of the time you don't have that. So realistically, we try and work with the end user and go, hey, what are you going to be happy with? Do you want these touch-ups fixed and you see where we did our touch-ups at? Is that big of a deal? And over time in a restaurant or a warehouse or something like that, it's kind of going to blend in? Or do you want a large area redone while we're doing our touch-up areas? And most of the time they're going to say, what's the cost? Well, just to come in and do the repairs, exactly, that's not that big of a deal. But when it comes to start doing the large square footages, I put it onto them and go, hey, I can only do so much. So I can fix these small spots and you're going to see the touch-ups and just be honest with them and open with them. Or we're going to have to do this entire area if you all want this all to look fresh and clean and new.
And
Test.
your thermal expansion for the product, because a lot of times I feel like it's gonna crack, on the joints because they make the joints to crack the concrete. I feel like one day it's gonna crack because the concrete itself is moving.
So if you want to, the main point of contact is Sunshine Supply. But when it comes to technical, I can try and help you. If you want to get my name and number and we can go over a joint recommendation, it's a long process. But if you want to minimize that failure in the joint or a crack in the joint, you can use like a fiberglass mesh tape or a fiberglass mat and then utilize an elastomeric waterproof membrane or an elastomeric coating. So we have a couple options for you. We can go over that stuff.
Okay. And one more question. We have an insurance claim right now. I saw it, but I never used that kind of thing before. It's an engineered floor. It's an insurance claim. So right after we clean everything up, I see on the estimate from the insurance company, we're supposed to do epoxy over the floor, not the normally we put the black the moisture barrier, roll it down. It's water based. I never done any epoxy, but I feels like because epoxy is kind of more harder because the hard when concrete moves, it's easier to crack.
Exactly.
If there's such a thing, we can really use it as a moisture barrier.
So our VaporSolve LP is going to be the low permeability, 100% solid epoxy. And I agree with you. If we need some flexibility or something like that, we could utilize maybe an elastomeric along with that system. So I haven't had any issues with the VaporSolve being used as the moisture mediation system, even though it is 100% solid epoxy. Now in the joints, we have seen some cracking in the joints because 100% solids is not flexible like a true polyurea or a membrane system. So that is where you just have to educate the end user and say, hey, what do we want to do and how are we going to address these joints at the very beginning of the project instead of at the end of the project or in the middle of the project, and say, hey, if you want this done to minimize the joints and we run the fiberglass mesh, it's going to be much more labor intensive, but it's going to minimize. And I say minimize, not eliminate. You know, it's going to minimize these cracks in the joints. And some people say, okay, let's try it, you know. And some people say, you know what, let's just honor our joints and then we don't have to worry about it. So every case is a little bit different.
And I saw your, the pack, the cement, that's for patch of cement, like for cracks, right?
We're going to go over that today as well. So Bond-Kote is great. Concrete resurfacer, great for filling little small cracks, imperfections, things like that. But we actually use it for like an overlay system to do a broom finish. So I'll show you that board that we did. So if you do have, you know, just a messed up slab and you just need a little bit of a top coat to put on top of there, you can utilize this material, you know, to an 1/8 inch, and it works great. It's thin, but this is engineered. This is an engineered product. So this is going to be much stronger than any concrete slab that you can pour. I want to say this has like 6,000 PSI or something like that. So very, very tough product, and this is what they use in the movie production facilities, like Pirates of the Caribbean and things like that. Sony production, they buy this by the pallets, by the truckloads. Yeah, yeah. We'll go over this, and I'll make sure that you get to play with this too. Okay?
I don't know if that product is yours, but we buy there are two parts epoxy, the tube. If that's from you guys or?
You'll have to. Do you buy it through Sunshine?
Yeah.
You'll have to show it to me.
I just follow, you know, what they are saying.
There are.
Actually, the bond is leaking underneath.
It is.
Don't worry about it. It's gonna be dry hard. So now.
I just hate for somebody to step in it. I'd be upset if I did.
Yeah, at the beginning, I was saying, hey, this is a good idea to put a box. I wasn't really ready for the leaks.
Everything happens for a reason, so you just live and learn.
You might need another box or something.
We've got one of these now. I'm gonna get rid of all this stuff.
Do we need to really use the moisture meter to read it? I mean, the proper way to get it done. Like, you guys have like certain requirements for moisture reading before we apply it?
The question is moisture readings, the Tramex or the RH tester. Those would be the two ways that we can test the moisture.
You put it on your PowerPoint?
I believe so. The ASTM standards for moisture mitigation. Yeah, you're gonna get copies of everything, no problem there. And then you can call me direct too if we need to talk technical, okay?
Yeah. I have so many questions. I just don't bother.
No problem. No, that's how we learn, and that's
I
how.
hope you come more often. I've been waiting for you guys coming for years.
Let's say we did section of the floor. Then he said later on, I want to add more section. Can we good seam it, or we have to send one section so the blend was it?
It really depends on how, the question was, you know, if we want to do section by section, really depends on how long we're going in between sections. A month or two, not a big deal. Years, you're probably going to be able to see the difference. So yeah, within a few months or something like that, because yeah, there's big warehouses that go, hey, I want this section done or this aisle done, and then we're going to move everything from this aisle over to this aisle, and you just keep going down the line. So I would recommend, you know, anywhere between 3 to 6 months, you shouldn't have any issues. But once you start getting over that 6-month period, things start to. Exactly. You got it.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
What if you have a new
Thank you.
floor? It's plywood basically. So how can you do this the same way on your?
1 second. Excuse me. I'm sorry. That bucket's smoking. That's our pot life. So that's a very good thing to learn, y'all. That's why we recommend pour the material out immediately.
So the pot light is like 30 minutes, 40 minutes?
Correct. No, excuse me. Working time. I want to make sure that's right. Check, check. Okay. So pot life is how much time we have to work with the material if we leave it in the bucket. That's why I don't ever recommend leaving the material in the bucket. So the pot life is probably about 10 to 15 minutes in this time. But working time would be 30 to 40 minutes. If we poured that material out on the floor, you can work it 30, 40 minutes, no problem.
So if you're doing a large application, 10,000 square feet, and you've got half a dozen guys out there, is there any such thing as a cold joint, or you start and you finish?
The question is, are there cold joints or start and stop points? If I like utilizing a joint for a start and stop point, absolutely. You know, hey, it's lunchtime. A lot of guys get paid by the hour and they want their lunch. So, all right, if we can get to this point at lunchtime, we're gonna stop right here. You know, this is our halfway point at 5,000 square feet. If we can knock out 5,000 before lunchtime, we'll take a break and eat. If there's no joints.
You're talking about a natural joint, a stice of some sort?
Correct. Yeah,
But if there is no joint?
You just keep it moving. That's what I would recommend. Now on flake, it's much more forgiving. I think you could probably key it in or tie it in, but on a solid color floor, that's much more difficult.
But you still have a joint issue if it's between on the cold joint.
Exactly. You're going to see.
What happens if there is a waterproof application here? Yeah?
No waterproofing here.
No, anything is going to happen underneath.
Correct.
Okay. So what about from the rain? No waterproofing?
Anytime we discuss waterproofing, that's when I would gravitate towards the Plydeck brand. We don't offer waterproofing. You know, is it gonna be water resistant? You know, if it gets a little rain on it or something like that? Absolutely. I just did a floor last Sunday, and then that Monday it got the cold spell, and the pipe busted in this application. And when I came in, the floor was totally cured, even at the 18 to 20 degrees. Absolutely. There was an inch of water on it.
Underwater, it's still cured underneath?
I think it was cured before the water got to it, but so the water didn't have any negative reaction to it at all. Keep it moving.
Yeah, why don't you turn your mic off for a second so
Thank
we
you.
talk to the system. We should review that with everyone though. Test. We live? Okay, we get on the live stream? Okay. All right, thanks everyone. Thank you those online for sticking around. We just did some hands-on application. I'm just going to go over some quick tooling and different consumables that we have at Sunshine for all of these different types of jobs. So we'll just start light, you know, G-grip gloves, the nitrile gloves for anything for mixing. A lot of these coatings we're dealing with, you know, if you get them on your skin, you can get them off before they set up, but once they set up, it may take days to get off. So a couple dollars for a good insurance policy for your team. Simple, you know, chip brushes. We have them in different sizes up to 4 inches. This is a double thick chip brush, so, you know, depending on the different coatings, epoxy as it starts to set up, it gets thicker. You may need something a little stronger. All your different mixing sizes, you know, from 5 quarts down to, you know, 2.5 quarts to the 16 ounce. We have those as well. We'll talk about some of the applicator tools. So first, mixer. We are a DeWalt stocking distributor. So this is, you know, a spade, 1/2-inch chuck spade hammer drill. Got a handle, got a top handle. This thing we're selling for $130. It's a great price. It's not battery operated. It's a plug-in. So as far as, you know, worrying about the power, making sure you have the right, you know, type of slow speed drill to handle all different type of mixing. Highly recommend this one. We talked about prep. You know, you can't have too many stainless steel wire brushes. You know, a couple bucks gets you a far way. Make sure you have some of these for your crews. So spike shoes, we've got a variety of them, but you know, when you're working on your coatings, making sure you can get on them before they set up. These are our most economical ones. You know, they just unbuckle. You can strap them on top. We have ones that you can slide your shoes into. Those will run at a higher price point. But as far as, you know, making sure you got a good set of spike shoes for your crews, $30, $40 for the right piece of equipment goes a far way. Back to the mixing. So you saw one of the bigger mixers, but we have different types of mixers. These are epoxy. When you have the smaller epoxy sizes, this style is called a jiffy mixer, kind of like a quasi-squirrel mixer. We have egg beater mixers. We have 2-component sealant mixers, all different types of mixers available here as well. Mud mixers as well for some of our mortars and our 5-gallon pails of bigger products. Magic trowel, simple, but you know, very helpful for at least spreading material. And then what we went into, what Ryan was using is the Easy Squeegee. So this is a 26-inch frame. It's wider than the one he has, which I believe is an 18-inch frame. What's nice about this, just wing nuts, the clamps come off. We've got all different gauges. So, you know, if you're just looking to spread something, we got just the flat edge, but what we were talking about today, 18 to 12 mil gauge, use this to spread. You got your minimum thickness on your coating, and then we have them all the way up to 50 to 60 mil. So, you know, you're getting into a much thicker type of urethane coating, then you may need something thicker like that. This is quality control, making sure that your material is at least hitting the minimum thickness of the manufacturer instruction, or not too thick, right? You're gonna have some issues with products that are moisture cure. If it's too thick under there, that top surface is gonna cure, but the bottom isn't gonna be able to cure out properly. So very important, good insurance policy. This is reusable, threaded just to any broomstick attachment, and you can pop it off, and then you've got, you know, between 5 or 6 different blades you can handle any type of job as far as the coatings go. We also have other paint supplies, you know, rollers. This in here is actually a dripless roller, so when Ryan was doing his, you know, cool tape to get the lint off, this is lint-free rollers, so you got to pay a little extra for those rollers. You got to do them for the epoxies, for your epoxy primers, any of your really viscous coatings, right? And then we have the other economical nap rollers as well. So let's see here. I think that's it for me right now. We will be raffling off some of these different materials here in a little bit. So thank you. And why don't we just address a couple questions that have come up? So a lot of times, I mean, Ryan, the reps, we get the call, hey, we need waterproofing. We want epoxy, we want waterproofing. Now, epoxies can be a part of a waterproof system. You know, we're talking about decorative epoxy flooring, but where you may see epoxy as an element of a system is as a primer, right? It's that adhesion promoter, or in the worst case where you have vapor drive, you have moisture coming up through a slab. So essentially what you're doing is you're making an envelope at the top of that slab on grade. So you're creating a bathtub there. No water is getting through, no vapor drive's getting through, no water's coming down from the top either. So when we talk about, I just want an epoxy waterproof system, that can be complicated because epoxy is very brittle, right? That's why it can handle the heavy compression strength. But once concrete cracks, that epoxy system is likely going to crack with it. So that's why detailing all of your existing cracks, all of your conditions, you know, what do your terminations look like? What does it look like if you turn up to a corner? That's why we have the cove base. How do you detail that joint that, you know, that concrete wall is going to move independently from the concrete slab? How do you handle that condition if you're bringing it up? So with epoxy, we really want to make sure that we understand the system either needs to be waterproofed, and a lot of times that's when we get into urethanes. Urethane, you think rubber, it's flexible, it can move, so you use urethane sealants to be able to handle those cracks as they expand and contract. That product can adhere and it'll be able to move with it, and then you can put a epoxy system over it, or you can epoxy all your cracks properly, you know, before you go over it with the decorative systems that you guys have been messing with. So, and then also another big thing to always be aware of with epoxy is UV stability. Most epoxies in general are not UV stable, so that's why we're doing a beautiful epoxy system, and then we're going to go over it with a polyurethane. Polyurethane 100, heavy duty polyurethane 250. You know, you want it for a driveway. You don't want to get tire marks on it, be able to handle the heat of tires, people spinning their tires on it. That's what you go into, a couple coats of a system like that. That creates the UV stability. So, you know, I don't believe, I mean, these are broadcasted to full refusal, just meaning that you can't really see the coating below it. But if you just had a solid system, you know, you leave it out and you don't cover it with something UV stable, you're going to see what you guys probably have seen a lot of times. You see the yellowing start to happen and delamination or degrading of that epoxy system. So it's a great system, but we always got to understand, like, where are the limitations of it, and then how do we give that full belt and suspender system with the epoxy and then a urethane or a polyaspartic, which we were just talking about with the one-day system, how you get on quickly. So turn it over to Ryan. You need any help with anything, moving anything right now, or?
Yes, we're actually gonna, this is our one-day system, so that's gonna be our epoxy 600 with our polyaspartic top coat. So we'll be top coating this later this afternoon, and then we're gonna demo next the 550 VOC material. This is the bread and butter. This is the nice material that we love to work with because it's so user-friendly. This material should give us almost twice the working time as the 600. So we consider this our 2-day system compared to our 1-day system. When Chris gloves up, we're going to move this board. Please.
Like he's saying I'm stalling everything.
He's too big. I won't tell him that.
That's right.
Andale. There we go.
Where's she going?
We're like Superman and Superwoman. We just picked up a concrete slab. Watch your step. The material's still a little wet. I'm going to push it back your way. There you go. All right. So we're just going to use the same color that we did last time.
Mix right here because they get a better view.
Okay, we're going to mix right here in our nice Sunshine Supply buckets. These buckets are pretty cool. Thank you, sir. Now, another thing that I really enjoy.
I got one more while you
Go ahead.
and you show them the church sheet. Sunshine Supply bucket, so we got to get the plug in here. On the back, all of our locations with their phone numbers. So you got anyone in the field, hey, I need to get a hold of Sunshine, what location? They're all there, all the numbers. So hopefully we can help you guys out, you know, because our job is to make your guys' life easier. You guys got the hard job, keeping jobs running, meeting schedules. So just want to make sure you guys know that. All of our locations and numbers are on the back.
Thank you.
This one's pre-pigmented.
Chris's question, is this material pre-pigmented? Absolutely. That's another reason why people gravitate towards this product. Very user-friendly, inexpensive, ready to go out of the buckets. So this is a true 1 gallon kit, and we can mix in the bucket. Chris, that bucket might be too small for you. I'll give her hell. Let's do it. And I see, just like Chris right now, we can tell that Chris is not a mixer. Now, one day we'll get him there.
I'm on the sales team, by the way, in case you're wondering what's going on here.
He's got his boots on. He looks the part. He would not be an embarrassment if we brought him to a job site, so don't be scared. But I've learned the hard way. So anytime I mix a bucket up, I wrap my friggin' boots around it, you know, and back to PPE. You know, at my previous company, we did work in India and things like that. I've seen people wear no shoes, or they don't wear any shoes or even sandals while they're doing application work. I would at least recommend a pair of work boots for most people. If they're not in the budget, I would try and get somebody some safety shoes, but ensure that they're wearing proper boots or footwear and pants. And most of the time, I even like wearing long sleeve shirts just so I don't get overexposed or on my skin or anything like that. Again, when you see somebody in sandals and shorts, I question, you know, that applicator a little bit. Nothing wrong with it. You know, he might be better than I have ever been or ever be, but always look the part. You know, you got your nice Sunshine Supply shirts, and, you know, you look like a professional when you show up to the job site. So again, nice and slow. I call it creating a vortex, like a tornado. You just keep that mixer right in the middle and create a vortex. You're only going to need to do about a 2 or 3 minute mix on this. And again, it's all in one bucket. That's why a lot of people like utilizing it. This is in stock, ready to go. This is going to be our slate color. I want to say we're offering our new 550 VOC in 5 different colors right now. So white, black, a tan, like a mocha color, and then 2 gray colors. Sterling is probably one of the most popular gray colors we have. Mocha is a new color. And I'll get you a cheat sheet on what base coat colors to use with what flake that we offer from APF and Sunshine Supply. Just getting the sides mixed up, make sure there's no settled material, there's no hard packing, anything like that. Nice and slow, get those air bubbles that we created out of there. Again, no drips. Here we go. And this is going to be the basic application just like we did last time. We're going to mix. I'm going to let you pour if you don't mind, please. We're going to squeegee. And back roll. Very simple, easy application, and you have plenty of working time with this material. You guys smell anything compared to the last coating we did? It does have a slight odor to it. And again, it's nothing that's going to run people off or anything like that. I almost call it like a sweet solvent smell. All right, let's see how Chris's tape job is. Thank you, sir. Do you guys prefer pushing or pulling the squeegee? Pull? I do too. Unless I'm really trying to pull that material or push that material tight. But this stuff flows so well.
What's the percentage of acetal we can put in there? Just make it flow better.
0.
I think your product line, I mean, the bucket says 2 or 5%. I saw it on the website, but I don't know what's the real percentage we can use.
I'd be willing to bet.
Because I saw painter use a lot of acetal just to make this spray better.
The 550?
The 550 and also your 100, the top coat.
So, per manufacturer, we do not recommend thinning the epoxy 550 at all. It's ready to go out. Do you want to roll? Did you get to roll this yet? Come on up.
Yeah.
This is, I mean, again, how easy this product is. So I have a little puddle right here if you want to saturate.
I got it. Yeah.
Okay. What's your name, sir?
Cody.
Cody? Good to meet you. I'm Ryan. All right, we're going to flake next. Thank you. What do you think of the flow on that, Cody?
I've been using your product like 30 times probably.
All right.
But I don't know, sometimes maybe they put the shelf too long, so they don't flow as good as the fresh ones. And sometimes we let it stay in the bucket for a little bit too long because we're doing the entire garage. So sometimes I feel like if we add more acetone, we're gonna make the application easier.
So per manufacturer, it's rare and ready to go out of the bucket. Once you guys purchase it, at the end of the day, you know, it's your material. You can do what you like with it. I don't recommend thinning it, or the manufacturer doesn't recommend thinning it because we already do have solvent in there, Cody. And I think it's perfect right out of the bucket. So to answer your question, I would not recommend any solvent in any of these applications. The only time I would add something to a material is when we're applying the water-based epoxy 100.
Okay.
Is this bucket okay?
No, we don't want to waste a bucket. Thank you. Now Cody has thrown flake before, you can tell. He's a professional chicken feeder. And now that is, I think it looks totally different with the darker base coat, because this is our Sterling and application compared to our Delta Fog application. What'd you say? Okay, thank you. Feeding the ducks, feeding the chickens. You just want to get full coverage on it. That's my recommendation. And if you don't, you know, I mean, I've been part of the jobs where you miss a spot behind a door, a corner, an edge, something like that. We can always address that the next day. And SimSeal is one of my tools for a toolbox. That looks very good, sir. Thank you. And again, this is our 2-day system utilizing epoxy 550 VOC. That was our 1-day system that we did with epoxy 600. Thank you, Sam. Any questions, any concerns in regards to the 550?
Can I make a suggestion, Ryan?
Yes, sir.
No offense, but your little station there where you have all your materials, that wouldn't work on our jobs. What we do when we're mixing any 2-component material or a single component material that's a urethane or something, a solvent-based material, we always have a mixing station. It's just as simple as putting down some rosin paper, weight it down with something other than what you're using so the paper doesn't blow away, and then you can set all your 2-component materials like your cans, your roller covers, on that, and it keeps it isolated. And when you're done, you can just fold that up and throw it away, because you don't want your guys walking around in unmixed two-component materials, because they're going to get it everywhere.
Very good point. Yes, sir.
So, you know, that's, I was going to make another point, and I can't remember what it is now. But anyway.
The first one was very good, and I hope you think of the second one. So cleanliness is next to godliness on a job site. Absolutely. And when we're doing it here in a mock-up, we should be performing the same absolute way. So after lunch, you'll see the improvement, and we will have a nice clean mix station and workstation to ensure that there's no cross-contamination or just, you know, a bad look when an end user or an owner comes in. Absolutely.
And the other thing too, your guys aren't, that are working this material, they're not always, I think it's an excellent idea, and we try and do that, wipe the bucket, the edge of the bucket. But sometimes they're not gonna do that, they're just gonna set it down because they wanna get their work done. But if they have a place to set it down, even if it drips, it's gonna stay on that piece of rosin paper. And when I say a piece of rosin paper, you know, something 3x3 or 5x5, and we even double it up, so, you know, none goes through.
Absolutely. That's a very good point. Thank you for bringing that up. Appearance is very important when you're out in the field. You've got to look professional. You got to act professional. And, you know, having a mixy, dirty, unorganized mix station just shows, you know, how unprepared you are. So I totally agree with you. Thank you. Any other questions, concerns, comments, advice? I'll take anything.
I use that piece of board as the mixing station because when we're doing job outside the garage, the wind is very strong. It's gonna blow out the paper. We use the drop close before, you know, we need to use something to hold it. That's a perfect mix station.
That's why
right
you
there,
weight
cement
your
board.
paper down with something other than what your material. Take some buckets, weight it down, or tape it down. The problem with the board, the paper is easier to dispose of. When you're done, all you have to do is wrap that paper up and throw it away. With a board, it's a little harder to dispose of and move around.
To each its own. There are so many different ways to do it, and that's why I like working with contractors, because I learn from them every day. So on the job site, this is how I roll. I put down a piece of plastic that is taped down. Then I'll put a tarp on top of that. So there's 2 layers of protection getting in and out of that garage floor. And typically we'll keep a mix station separate from even our working area there. And most of the time we have one dedicated mixer, and then he's on the outside of the garage, and then we'll have an applicator or 2 inside of the garage. So to each its own. There's no wrong way to do it unless you know, make a spill. What if this was somebody's driveway in a high-end, you know, home or something like that? We'd be in big trouble. Big trouble. That's a horror story that I don't ever want to be part of. You know, even just one single drip could cost you thousands of dollars. So you just ate that garage floor, and now, you know, you've got to get the concrete repaired, replaced, fix it somehow, some way, and getting epoxy off a garage or a driveway is very difficult. Even if you catch it immediately with solvent, there's still a little bit of a residue there. So you guys are absolutely right. Cleanliness is next to godliness, and being prepared is going to set everybody up for success. So I believe lunch is here. Are we guys ready for lunch? Yeah. Let's do it. All right, we'll lunch, and then we'll come back and have some more fun. Thanks, guys. Same thing. It's going to want to, I call it exotherm. So once that A and B gets mixed up, it's a chemical reaction. And the acetone is my go-to. That's why I have acetone here. You know, it's very fast drying. you know, you'll see some people, you know, with mineral spirits or stuff like that. I wouldn't ever recommend mineral spirits because it has that lubricant in it that is really a contamination factor on a floor. So acetone is my go-to. It is. And again, it's all in stock, ready to go here. That's why I like it. And it's in the plastic here too. So you could reuse it for other things, and you know, it's very convenient. It really is. And then you don't hear that ping, pow, boom, when you use like the metal solvent cans when it hits the sun. I mean, that freaks me out. It's like, what was that? And it's that solvent kind of expanding and contrasting in that metal can. So that's much safer, I feel. All right, I'm gonna get ready for lunch.
You got me? All right. Okay, we're gonna do part of the raffle here. So if you guys can get your tickets out. We'll give Ryan a quick break, let him get a quick bite. Okay. You guys got your tickets? I'll give you a second to pull them out. So a couple different things we have. Mentioned DeWalt earlier, so you know we got some pocket X-Actos, nice pocket knife, the multi-tool. Got some other snips too for cutting flashing, different 15-degree angles, straight snips. Pipe knife, so you just throw your razor blade in here. And then also, if you guys haven't used these before, for cutting out caulking typically, it's got a compartment here where you can store razor blades also, a lot of them. So we've got different lengths of them as well. And then we'll get in a couple other things. So we'll do part of it right now. So we'll start light here, the snap-off blade. Okay. So let's see, 901146. So I'll just read 1146, the last four. All right, here you go, sir. First one. You want to be the last one, but it's all right. You'll take it either way. Another one. 1139. 1139. Yep. All right. Thank you for coming. Yeah, I'll take the ticket. Thank you. All right, let's do a snip, straight snip. 1138. 1138. Anyone? Okay, I'll put it back in case they're using the restroom or something. 1137. 1137. There you go, man.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's go to the pocket knife. Nice pocket knife. Okay, be careful. 1131. 1131. There you go.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, how about the multi-tool? Multi-tool. 1147. 1147. All right, we'll put that off to the side right now. 1145. 45. Ah, there he is, Michael. Nice. You put it to use. Uh-huh, you're welcome. All right, let's do another snip, and then we'll do some more here in a couple minutes. So 1142. 1142. Yeah, there you go. You look like you'd use it.
Thank you, sir.
Safe cutting for your flashing. All right, I can't help myself. Pipe knife. Last one. Then we'll do some more here in a little bit. 1132. 1132. All right, there you go. You need some blades, but enjoy. Okay, thanks, guys. We'll start up here, a couple minutes. One more system. I don't know how long you think once you're going.
What time do we have, Grant?
We got time, but based on our RSVP, but.
So we got about 2 hours left?
Yeah, 2 hours. Yeah, but no, if we wrap early, that's fine. So.
So we're going to epoxy 400.
Yep. And then the top coats, right?
Top coats, and then we can get into Bond-Kote, and then 250 if we have some time as well.
Okay.
3/4 systems, simple.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I would say we'll probably stretch out. We'll cover a couple more applications over the next hour then. But thank you guys, and we really appreciate you being here.
You're still raffling the rest of this?
we ready to get started?
Yes.
Yeah, most of the time in the coatings industry, lunch breaks are fairly quick. Eat your food and keep it moving. So we're gonna move this board real quick. That's our 2-day system. Just to go over it one more time, epoxy 550 VOC, that's sterling gray, compared to the one that we did in Delta Fog. And from here, I can clearly see a color difference just based on the base coat color that we used. And I bring that up because there are so many different ways to do things, and if somebody sees a picture of a floor like that, and they get a floor in this color, they might have some questions about it. Nothing wrong with it, it's just not, what you sold them. So whatever samples that you present to the end user that they sign off on, make sure that you use that to ensure that there's no issues later down the road. We're gonna move this one real quick, Chris. We're just gonna go straight over, set it in the middle. I'm gonna go grab a board that we did yesterday so we can put the grout coat.
There's a bucket in front of you.
Good, right here. Right here. Back, my way. Right there. Yep, there you go. And maybe it's just me, but I can clearly see a difference between these two boards. That's Delta Fog, that's Sterling as a base. I'll be right back. Prep application before we apply our top coat. So this is our 2-day system utilizing epoxy 550 VOC. We're doing it a little bit on a smaller scale, nothing wrong with that for demo purposes, but you wouldn't see me out on the floor with a hand scraper trying to scrape the floor. Typically you're gonna have a stand-up scraper, north, south, east, west. The question did come up, can you use, I picked this board up and we eliminated most of the loose flake, but we're not going to be able to do that on a realistic floor. So before you scrape, if you want to take a broom or a blower and pile up the flake and reclaim it and reuse it, there's nothing wrong with that. But once I put a scraper on it, those flake that I just scraped are smaller than what we sell you. So typically I dump these, trash them, whatever you want to call it, and just use the reclaimed flake that was not scraped. Again, north, south, east, west, that's what I always practice. We're going to vacuum real quick just to show the north, south, east, west process to ensure that you get all the loose flake up.
You need like a special tip or anything for it?
He's got it. And again, most of the time, you're not going to be using a shop vac either. You're going to be utilizing a HEPA vac. This is just what we had, and this is what we're going to use. North, south, east, west. Boom. That simple, that easy. That's why people love doing garage floors and using flakes. It's really simple and easy. So this is going to be our high build system, and we're going to utilize the Epoxy 400 or the Epoxy 400 UVR. Part A, this is a 1.5 gallon kit, so a gallon of A, 2-to-1 mix ratio. No, sir. We'll make it work. Make sure that we don't have any spills here. All right, grab our mixer, please. Let's make sure our mixer is clean. That's a good point. Again, it's so warm that this stuff is friggin' dry already, so just ensuring that we keep everything clean. Cleanliness is next to godliness. That's our AB. Chris is going to give us a nice slow mix, 2 to 3 minutes, okay?
All right, so what, straddle the bucket, is that what you're saying?
There you go. He's learning. Perfect. Thank you. And again, we're going to utilize this for flake floors that need to be highly abrasive resistance, impact resistance. I recommend this for a working man or working woman's garage application because it does have that extra layer of epoxy. It is going to be one of the toughest flake floors that we can install for somebody. It's an extra day of labor, but it's one of the best and most impact resistant, I would almost call it bulletproof floors that we can install utilizing epoxy and flake. Typically, you can run your grout coats or your build coats anywhere between 100 to 200 square feet per gallon. So we're going to just continue to use our trusty squeegee that we got from Sunshine Supply, 8 to 12. So that's going to be right around 150 square feet, give or take. And this is very important to ensure that you clean these roller covers to make sure you don't see any of these fuzz or imperfections or hairs in your final floor, because we're applying clear now. So now it's a money coat. That's the way I call it. We need to minimize any issues that occur on these. Is that your 2-minute mark, Chris?
2 minutes, buddy.
All right. We'll get that over in there so we don't have any spills, please. Pour me actually, we're gonna keep it short and sweet here. If you just pour me a puddle, I'll spread it with a roller. But typically, again, with a large crew on a floor, we're gonna use a squeegee. That's how you ensure that there's uniform application of material throughout the floor. You good? Nope, you're good. Saturate it. And this really does give the floor depth, if that makes sense. Chris is a good applicator. He poured about just the right amount.
Been doing that a long time.
And this is, again, our Epoxy 400. I want to say Cody asked, can we thin this material? Cody, it flows so well, we don't need to thin the material. We're good to go out of the bucket, my friend. And there are people that I know that like thin or want to thin it, and it works for them. But if they do, and those are the people that I usually get a call from once a year, twice a year, something like that, man, Ryan, this floor just didn't cure up. We start eliminating the variables, like I said before. Who fixed it? Who applied it? Oh, I did. I said, you, the owner of this epoxy company floor, I said, you applied it? No, one of my guys did. My best guy did. I said, well, at the end of the day, something had, how much solvent did you put? And his answer is usually a couple glugs. What's a glug? Glug, glug, glug. And Cody's over there laughing. I see you over there. Just clip it. My bad. Thank you. So if you call us and you thin the material, I'm probably going to say, I'll listen to you, but I'm going to say good luck, because we went through the training, and per manufacturer, we just don't recommend that, okay? So that's our high build system with the Epoxy 400 grout coat. It is not. It doesn't look any different. It'll be in the same bucket. It just says UVR on it, or they might give you a little additive to add to it. So for an interior application, this works all day long. If it's going to be exposed to some sunlight and things like that in a garage floor, I typically do recommend a UVR additive. Yes, sir, Cody. All right.
Once the garage door closed, we still have one strip left and outside. What are we gonna do about it?
Cody, are you referring to the apron on the outside of the garage to keep that UV stable? Very, very good question. So I will be straight up with everybody. I'm in the Midwest, and when I first started, I did my garage floor. I said, oh, you know what? I'm just going to utilize epoxy and as the top coat and see what happens. I call it the Midwest weathering test. 3 months, guess what color it was? Yellow, exactly. So just like everybody stated, the UV is not going to be the epoxy is not going to be a UV stable product at the end of the day. We want to utilize a polyaspartic, polyurea, even a polyurethane. And Cody, to answer your question, some people in these high-end homes that have HOAs and things like that, they don't like to see flake on the apron area either. So utilizing a solid color that matches or flows with that home. Let's say, you have a tannish brick building. I would recommend like a beige, solid color on that apron, just in polyaspartic.
This application, this is a grout coat, and it's not the last step. Right.
His statement was, this is a grout coat, yes. And if we want to ensure that there is full UV stability, I always recommend a solid color on that apron. When you have the garage door closed, and that's why I gravitate back to some of my original statements, case by case scenario. Everything's a little bit different, and I put that on the end user. If they want to see flake, or the HOA allows this color flake on the apron, to Chris's point, we're probably not going to be utilizing a epoxy on the next exterior application. We're going to utilize 2 coats of polyurea or 2 coats of 7500 if they insist on having a apron with flake. Bless you. I would agree with you, and again, at the end of the day, I'd put it on the end user. If they're going to want a full flake floor, that's not a problem. I mean, I have people in the Midwest, my contractors in the Midwest, they don't offer the apron because they want to do garage floors all year long. They can close the garage door and do floors all year long. But on that apron area, you got to build a tent, you're exposed to the elements, and it just said, they're like, no, I'm not doing it unless they get paid so much money that it's stupid for them not to do it. So usually I recommend an extra charge if you're going to be doing that 2-coat system. Okay, hey, we can do this garage floor for this amount, but that apron area is going to cost a little extra if we want to do a solid color and ensure that we have UV stability and good chemical resistance on that apron area. So we'll get into those next. So polyurethane 100 VOC, that is our clear coat that I would recommend, or our 7500 low odor. That would be the clear coat that I recommend as well. And these also come, you can get a pigment pack for the polyaspartic 7500 and do any color that you want, or you can get the poly 100 pigmented from the factory in colors as well. Again, this is probably all special order stuff, but they might have some solid colors in stock. Yes, sir. That is our Cadillac coating. Absolutely. 2 coats of polyurea on top of this. That's money in the bank. I mean, no, sir. That is one of the best products that we have to offer. And it also has the highest price point. You know, you get what you pay for. So that's where you kind of have to break it down. A lot of people will shop around and get costs from competitors. Today was just a basic, cost-effective epoxy garage floor system. Now, if we have exposed exterior applications, or if we want to go, you know, our Cadillac system, some people say, hey, I want the best system you have to offer. Okay, no problem. Polyaspartic or polyurea all day long. But a lot of people are just cautious on how much money they're spending right now. You know, the times are tough. So if you have somebody that wants to spend, you know, $8, $10 on a flake floor, polyaspartic, polyurea. This is a question I have for you guys. Like in Missouri, where I'm from, flake floors, $5, $6. What are you guys charging for flake floors in this area? About the same then, right? Okay. And if you have to get competitive, you might be about $450, something like that. Okay. Yeah, so we're about in the same market then. And again, it all depends on who that end user is, and I sometimes look at what vehicles they're driving. Do you do the same?
I don't do this a lot, but majority of them, obviously a nicer house.
If somebody driving, and you know, a Kia, there's nothing wrong with Kia or anything like that, and they have very nice cars, believe me. Or they're driving, like I said earlier, a Maybach, or you know, we saw the Rolls Royce and Audi TT, all sorts of these high-end cars, you know, 6-figure, $100,000 cars. That's when I always start with the Cadillac system, because their expectations are probably going to be a little bit higher than somebody like me or somebody just like an average person, if that makes sense. They're typically expecting a showroom finish floor, and for that price point, that 8 to 10, we can do that, no problem. But for 4 or 5. That's tough. That really is. So that's why we're gravitating towards these basic systems. And even the high build, that would be an upcharge because you're getting an extra layer of protection with the 100% solid epoxy. All good? Okay, so we're going to get this board out of the way. We're going to go grab another board, and we're going to start applying some of our top coats. So our polyurethane 100 VOC and our polyaspartic 7500 low odor. So just give us a few minutes and we'll get ready for the next application. We can go on the way in then. Systems, and they are about dry to touch. I didn't get any material back onto my hands. So once we apply top coats, or one top coat, we'll get back into our 1-day system. That's how fast this stuff dries when it's in direct sun. I mean, that is a good question. Air movement will help the cure process, absolutely. Absolutely. And again, where I'm from, it gets cool out, you know. And we recommend electric heaters if you want to put some electric heaters in there, but no gas, no propane, anything like that. Just going to cause yellowing issues and, you know, contamination issues because it's blowing that gas in the environment. Watch yourself. Yep, you're good. So same thing. This is, yep, my bad. I'm just standing here trying to look pretty. We didn't do any scraping. We didn't do any vacuuming, anything like that. So again, just another basic flake floor, north, south, east, west. All right, we're scraped. We're going to vacuum. Again, this is just for demo purposes. You would not see me out in the field using a little baby shop vac. And I try and just create that suction, and I just pull it typically. We need to get it out of there. Just move it over there. And that's why we don't let material sit in a bucket either. It becomes a very expensive boat anchor. Mix it up, pour it out. It's good. That'll work. Okay, we're going to utilize the polyurethane 100 VOC as a 2-day system. So this is 550 VOC, full flake, and then poly 100 VOC as a top coat. And this is something that I just do every time. I always look at my labels, A and B. If you mix up complete kits from us, from the factory, they will cure. It is not that smart that if you mix up the A and the B, it's guaranteed to cure. So I typically don't recommend doing partial kits. Now this does have a little bit of an odor to it as well, but it's nice and user-friendly. Thank you. I'm going to change my mixers out just so we don't have any cross-contamination. You can get this nice DeWalt drill here at Sunshine. They hooked us up.
What's the difference between that type of a mixer and the other one we use?
I mean, I really prefer something like this. I think you get a better mix, but I've used these plenty and it'll work. So this is a 1.5 gallon kit of polyurethane 100 VOC. Great product, people love it because it's so user friendly.
Which one is the best for tire marks and polyurethane?
For the tire marks, at the end of the day, I think they all perform about the same, but I would I would put polyaspartic in the polyurea, just, you know, a notch above the polyurethane. Just mix this one up nice and slow for me, will you please? Thank you. And again, you see Chris, he's got his PPE on. He looks like a professional. We're not spilling all over the floor anymore. We've got a decent mix station going right now. So we look nice and professional. I think we could take this show on the road. Again, mission critical to ensure that our money coat, this is our last coat we're putting on, doesn't have any issues. We don't want any callbacks. We don't want the end user to call us out on any imperfections. Everything you can do to ensure that we have a successful application is just go through the ringer. Because once we mix up and we get on the floor, it's too late then. It's go time. And if there is an issue with odor in an occupied space or something like that, the next coating that we do, the last coating of the day, is going to be our polyaspartic 7500 low odor. I've used that in occupied correction facilities, colleges, cafeterias, you name it, and I haven't had, knock on wood, any issues, any complaints at all. So the next coating, I say low odor, it's basically no odor at the end of the day. To me. Now I've been overexposed a little bit, I'd say, in my 19-year career, but I haven't had any other people complain over the odors. We used it at GE Aerospace in Ohio, and they love it because they have tons of people in there, and if they can get an issue brought up to upper management where they can get a little time off or get out of the office because of the odor, they take full advantage of it. With products like this, you're not going to be evacuating an occupied space. You can use it in occupied spaces all day long. And that's going to be our next coating. Thank you. This product, I would, again, typically apply it with a squeegee that I get from Sunshine Supply. We're going to be utilizing the Midwest Rake Easy Squeegee 5 to 7. That's typically what we're going for. That's what I would recommend to squeegee it out.
Is that squeegee notched?
It is, yes sir. And this is, again, a thin coating at the end of the day. It's probably about 60% solids. So we always recommend 2 coats. 2 coats are always going to be better than just one. One is going to leave a little bit of a rougher finish, similar to the board over there. And then a 2-coat system is going to leave more of a texture to something like that. I always have samples with me at all times to ensure people are going to be happy with the end result. Have you applied 100 before? Have you? Okay. How do you like it?
I liked it, but I don't like the price. I saw Peter, that's why they treat it with a lot of acetone inside, because they only use one case to apply to parking lot.
Really?
Yeah. That's very popular here, because it comes too cheap, they cannot use a lot of material.
Understood.
It works, but it's not as shiny as this.
It's a thin coating at the end of the day, especially if you add some solvent to it. I would agree. I don't ever want to miss out on opportunities, and I don't want to speak for anyone at Sunshine either. But if you, in the future, want to talk to our buddy Bobo, you know, and maybe start buying in maybe a little bit of a bulk, or you know, doing something where you know you're going to use this amount of material for the year and purchase something annually, I think we'd be willing to try and work with you. Bless you.
Like, if I get my painter to the job, I only want 1 kit. For me, it's 2.
Okay. So it sounds like, you know, you're trying the best with what you got, and I can appreciate that. And some people are happy with what they do, no problem. You know, I mean, you can see the gloss that it turns this material into, the gloss finish. At the end of the day, it's still gonna be a little bit rough. And that's where people, they get a garage floor and you showed them a sample that is kind of smooth like that. They said, oh, I thought I'd be able to mop this floor. You know, one of those micro mops or some microfiber mop. And it's like, no, we probably should have put 2 coats if you wanted to mop it. Very smart, man. So that is a trick that I did learn from the contractors, and I brought it up to Sunshine. They're like, really? So to minimize the amount of top coat that you use. So with the next kit, I'm much more familiar and comfortable with the Polyaspartic 7500, and it's 75% solids. So if you take a 100 mesh sandpaper on like a wood sander, one of those rectangular sanders, and just buzz over the flake before you apply the clear coat, you can apply it at about 180 square feet per gallon over the flake, 200 square feet per gallon, and it turns out great. So a light sand is an extra step, but on 400 or 500 square feet, what is it, 15 minutes to run a swing buffer over it? Or even if you had to do it by hand, worst case scenario, a half hour, to ensure that you get a smoother coating like that and you don't have to use twice the amount of material. Good job. And they were happy with it? Okay. And you can, you know, some people, they want it smooth where they can just wipe something right off the floor and it's like, okay, I want to ensure that if again, where I'm at, you know, we have salt and a lot of rain and humidity, the floors get damp and people can slip and fall if there's not enough texture or non-skid in the floor.
What about the wait time between the coat? Let's say we finished already and they're not happy. How many days we have to come because it's a kid coat? They don't sleep well.
24-hour recoat window. Only.
Otherwise, we have to sand it and do it again, right?
Yes, sir.
Or we cannot sand it and they won't stay together.
24-hour recoat window will require you to sand it, vacuum it, and then solvent wipe it, and then that will allow the next coating. Absolutely. So, you know, a 3-step process if you miss that recoat window. And that's why people just love staying in that 24-hour recoat window. And again, sometimes it happens. You get pulled off, you know, it rains, you know, whatever, you're not able to get there. And it is a nice tool to have, one of those sanders where you can just buzz over it real quick, vacuum it, solvent wipe it, and then boom, you're ready to go. All good? Does anybody want to apply the 100? We can take it over here. All good? He asked, when can we apply the second coat? So this is my very first answer. I'm not trying to be a smart butt or anything like that. When it's dry. Now, exactly, how does that help? All right, well, in the sun here, in 3 to 4 hours, it's probably going to be close to walk on. Once you can walk on it, you should be able to put another coat on it. 6 to 8 hours, especially in your spikes, you know, you can probably get on a little bit sooner. You're probably not going to be able to walk on this for at least 8 hours when it's not sitting out in the sun and, you know, it's just standard 70, 75 degrees. It's a slow drying material. It really is. But you get a lot of working time with it. So this is another product that you're going to get 30 minutes of working time out of it, even in this weather. I mean, it's still wet, fluid, just like when I applied it 5-10 minutes ago. This is the easiest poly top coat that you can apply. Yes, sir. It will. You'll almost hear that roller cover kind of, and you're like, oh, you know, it's starting to cure, and you got to keep moving, and usually you just want to keep a wet edge going. You don't ever want to just keep rolling back and forth for, you know, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, something like that. Just keep a wet edge going, tie into it, mix up another kit, and just keep rolling. Absolutely. I would always recommend an 18. Absolutely. Just to keep costs down and try and give you the visual of what it would look like. That's why we have 9s. That's it. But yeah, on job sites all day long, I'm recommending 18-inch roller covers. 18-inch squeegees, 24-inch squeegees, all that. Absolutely. All right, I'm going to throw the Poly 100 VOC over here if you guys want to play with it. All good. Then we're going to grab our one-day system that we applied earlier and apply the 7500 low odor real quick. So we can get rid of this board, guys. Please. Right here. Earlier, guys. Oops. Good, James? My bad. So this is our one-day system. This is dry to touch. Clearly it's dry to handle. I just picked it up. No transfer of material on my gloves. So standard, we're going to scrape it, we're going to vacuum it, we're going to top coat it, and then we're going to ask for our money. We're out. And this is our speed cove as well. So if there's any of the stem walls that they want done, and I think contractors can really call out a premium price for cove base, for vertical applications. That's not part of the floor, you know, that's upcharged. Now I'll give them crack fill or joint fill for free. I would recommend that, give them something. But if they want cove base, you know, if they want something vertical, cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Because it takes time, and not everybody can do it either. So anytime that somebody wants something monolithic, I would recommend Speed Cove with a coat of 550 VOC, full flake, and then you can put your clear coat on top of that. So I didn't scrape this at all yesterday. To prep this, it's Cody, right? Cody, I'd probably take a little bit of a sandpaper on this one too, kind of get in that cove area, just get it as smooth as you can. And you're probably not going to be able to apply a lot of material to a vertical because it's going to want to self-level. So 2 thin coats is what I would recommend for your cove base as well. So go in there and get this done first before you do your floor, and then you can do it again while you're doing the floor, and you're good to go. You just don't want to apply too much material to a vertical and have it sag on you. Cove will break before the material does, and ain't nobody gonna do that to a cove once it's installed. But very good. I'm glad you're inquisitive. So I got a sample for you so you can show your customers that. All right. Okay, here's the bread and butter, y'all. This is what I have pushed for. I've been at APF going on 7 years now. We carry this in stock at all times, no matter what. We work at stadiums with this material. We work with this material nationwide, from California to Boston. So this is the go-to top coat that I use probably on a weekly basis, out in the field, all my samples, everything, if they want a gloss finish. And I don't want to get people confused or anything like that, but the matte and satin finishes are also very popular. And we have material that we can offer. Just call up Sunshine. They can hook you up with a 501 satin material, a water-based urethane top coat, if you don't want a gloss finish. Does that make sense? Some people just want, that matte finish or satin finish. It's a totally different look. It really is. But gloss is, I would say, 90% of the choice right now. The question is top coat 7500, low odor. We have 2 versions. So please excuse me. In California, you can only use this. The low odor is VOC compliant. So if they say, hey, 7500 VOC, it's the same product as 7500 low odor. Same product at the end of the day. And again, back to the basics. I'm always checking every label because I do not want to be the guy that mixes an incorrect mix or mix 2 Bs and we put it out on the floor. It happens to everybody. Just try and minimize it happening. That's all you can do. And that's why I say the most important man or woman on site is typically the mixer. All right. Mr. Wells, if you don't mind, if you just clean that real quick.
I will.
So we don't get any cross-contamination. Here's a little acetone if you like it. And cleanliness is next to godliness, like we've learned earlier. We keep everything organized. We've already used those. Perfect. Okay. Now this is going to be a true 1-to-1 kit. I could pour this all into one, but there's just no headspace on it to mix. So typically I'm mixing up more than just one kit. So usually 3 kits, give or take, is what I'm putting inside of a bucket. And let's say we do one of those larger yearly purchases, we have it in bigger kits as well. It's a 1-to-1 mix ratio. So it's a 1-gallon kit, and then we have a 10-gallon kit as well. I am not. Oh! The son's getting to me, huh? He's like, yo, bro. And again, making sure that we do everything. Having a good team. Having a good team is a make or break out in the field. Luckily, I haven't already mixed it and put it on and go, oh, I forgot to scrape. I'm here to show people what not to do as well. You know, that would have been a big mistake. You're good. And at the end of the day, this does have, I would say, very similar working times to the polyurethane, 20 to 30 minutes working time all day long. It's still just a little bit tacky. I think with spikes we could walk on it, no issues. Where I have found getting on a floor too early is you turning on the spikes and you almost tear the epoxy or rip the epoxy off the floor. So you just want to be very careful. And I tell people just try and be light-footed and light turns if you are going to turn. Use some finesse. Yes, like a cat. That's a very good point. Stomping around on the spikes on a one-day floor, even if you get that spike turned, you're going to get a spike mark on there. And it's fixable. You just don't want to do that at the end of the day. But I say we apply this material, what, about 11 o'clock, give or take? What time is it now? Okay, so yeah. This is a nice one-day system. All right. I'm gonna steal power from you. North, south, east, west, always. Perfect. You still got another minute, Wells?
I just probably about 28 seconds.
Good job, Mr. Wells. He was counting. And if we do have a newbie on mixing, which it happens sometimes, they got to get trained, I would recommend a stopwatch. Have the newbies wear a stopwatch and time every mix so they know they're mixing 2 to 3 minutes. You don't need to mix it 4 or 5 minutes. It just takes away from the pot life and the working time. And as a newbie, I did have a little bit of an issue when I first mixed up Polyaspartic 7500. I was the mix man. I won't ever forget. They were telling me, come on, faster, faster. And I'm like, okay, really? You want me to mix faster? So I incorporated air into the mix. We came back on that floor the next day. There were air bubbles bigger than quarters, $half sizes. Luckily, it was for a family friend, and the contractor that was doing the work said, oh, you just walk around and you pop them like the packing bubbles. It's no problem. I'm like, oh, okay. That is not what I recommend. You do not want big air bubbles on the floor. Now, that'll happen again as well, and you can call it a little bit of an outgassing, solvent pops, air bubbles, that it can be fixed, but you definitely want to prevent it or minimize it. So if you do have an air bubble on the floor or something like that, pop it, sand it down, and you're probably going to want to reapply that area if you can. Some end users, it's not that big of a deal if you have 1 or 2 on the floor, but any more than 3 or 4, I consider that a void in that flooring system. So you always want to go back and do a little touch up, and if you hit it the next day or 2, it should blend in fairly well. All right, we're going to get ready to mix or apply our material that's been mixed by Mr. Wells. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. All right, same process. Cody, have you applied this? 7500 low odor? Come on. And this really has no odor to it. The wind's whipping right now, and I don't smell anything. Thank you. He's gonna get you some more material. Excuse me. And when we're doing realistic applications, this is when we utilize that 5 to 7 mil squeegee. That is gonna apply that material nice and even. Excuse me. I have been called out on that before on a floor, to be honest. I have been called out on that. I will be honest with you. Over a flake floor, there's a lot of forgiveness, but the proper technique is to leave the roller on the floor at all times. I think it comes from maybe like that residential painting background. That's where I came from, you know. Dip and roll, dip and roll, dip and roll. You don't want to hit the ceiling, you don't want to hit the floor. So I like working with residential painters. I think they have a good base to get started, but it's not like we're not painting walls here. This is totally different than painting walls for sure. And
It smells better than the 100.
you like it?
The smell.
Just the smell?
The smell is less
It does.
than the 100. What's the difference between them?
So the solid content on the 7500 is 75% compared to 60. So you're getting about 15% more solids. The solvent that is used in it as well, a different solvent that is still VOC compliant in 7500 compared to the urethane. So you've got polyaspartic technology versus the polyurethane technology. Polyurethanes have been around longer than I've been alive. Polyaspartics, they're a little bit newer. They have the newer technology, and we're really starting to combine like the polyurea polyaspartics together. So most of the competitors that we face are going to be about 85% solids compared to our 75. So ours is a little bit easier and flows a little bit better. Theirs is a little bit thicker and a little bit harder to apply. We also have in the works 100% solid polyaspartic. So if you guys ever want to try some of that, I'd love to get it in your hands.
The price wise, between the
If you were complaining about Poly 100 price, you're definitely going to complain about this. But you get what you pay for. Low odor or no odor, return to service 24 hours. Now, when it says return to service in 24 hours, I always recommend 48 hours before you put a vehicle on it, especially at 75 degrees.
tell the customer a week, yeah, not even 48.
That's smart. That is very smart. And I get some those high-end customers that go, I'm not leaving my car, my brand new, Phantom or Audi TT or something like that outside for a week. I'm just not doing it. Well, can you park the car somewhere else? Because to ensure that we offer the best coating that we possibly can and the longevity of the coating, we need to have that full cure on it. So you're right. Yeah, 5 to 7 days for Poly 100. That is what I would recommend. That's smart. Any other questions, concerns, comments, advice?
What's the bag of Bond-Kote for?
We're going to get into that one next as well. Is that cool? All right. What time we have, James? Okay, we got plenty of time. So give us 5 minutes. I'm going to swap out boards. We have plenty of material if anybody wants to roll this stuff out. I'm going to just set it over there for right now, and then I'll get a broom finish board of the Bond-Kote that we did yesterday, and then I need somebody up here to help trowel, and we'll do a broom finish utilizing the Bond-Kote. Is that cool? Who's the best troweler in the house? So again, I was a little bit intimidated when it comes to troweling, but I was broken in by some of the best people. So, when I first started troweling, and I, weigh 150 pounds with some of these thick material, I'm trying to trowel with 2 arms. They said, oh, no, you are not coming to a job site with me. 1 arm down, 1 hand to trowel, and you just keep moving back. So it does take a little bit of a technique and some experience, but once you start playing with it, it comes pretty quick. So anybody, please come on up. It's just a trowel finish. It's really simple and easy at the end of the day. We'll mix it up. Thanks to Mr. Jeff, he reiterated that we always want to, and I'll go over this again when we do it, we want to mist or saturate the substrate before we apply our Bond-Kote. And why is that, Jeff?
Well, a lot of times what happens when you're going to a cementitious substrate to a cementitious material, they're both thirsty at the same time, right? So if your mixture has water in it, then guess where that water automatically wants to transfer? To the thirstier side of the process, which is going to be the concrete substrate itself. So what we normally recommend is a process called SSC. SSC stands for surface saturated rock. What that means is you're not in concrete water, you're not on a dry substrate. You're basically on that grayer finish of the concrete surface that makes it look damp or wet. So what that does is it helps keep your moisture retained inside your bucket mix, as well as to keep your concrete thirst free, so that when you put your material on, you don't get that immediate absorption of the water that's in your mix. It gives it a water time, an opportunity to come back and knock down, and also it has a finish that looks like what you probably get for your mock-up or a sample for the customer.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm gonna put this one right here in front of everybody. Try and simulate a real live application. Little weenie roller, brush. I probably have both at the end of the day.
You want to put the back and I'll hold it?
No, you're okay. A nice thin coat. This is what we should have did before we started the floor. And a good team. Ryan, what are you doing? Don't start mixing yet. We're not ready. I probably would have done a smaller mix just to do the cove and then mix up full kits, and then you can hit your cove again while you're doing the floor. But nice, thin coating. Nothing heavy. You don't want it falling on the floor. just enough to get it wet. Thank you. And I always like utilizing good brushes too. These aren't bad, but if you're doing high-end finishes, it sucks to get one of the brush hairs in the floor. Looks pretty good. Easy application. All right, we're gonna get set up for Bond-Kote, and we'll be right back. Give me 1 second, Jeff.
Anything else we need to extract?
We're good for right now. I'm gonna set this right here.
while we have a tiny break, was there anyone here who didn't have a chance to register or sign in? Perfect. Thanks, guys.
So to answer your question, is Bond-Kote an underlayment? Typically, I consider an underlayment like a self-leveling material. Excuse me. That would be our S7000. You can pour that at, a feather edge all the way up to 6 inches. That's what I would consider an underlayment. This, I would consider an overlayment, where it's actually going over the top of the concrete or wood or metal. I mean, this gets used in all sorts of different applications. That's why over tile, that's why they call it Bond-Kote. It'll bond almost anything.
So you put that down as to prep the surface for the epoxies?
You can do that, absolutely. And we're gonna show just a standalone system. We do offer this. This is our gray color. To me, it looks almost like a greenish gray color. If you mix, I learned this from a contractor. If we want the material to look similar to like a brand new poured concrete, we mix up 2 gray bags to 1 white bag. So it's a 2-to-1 mix ratio, and it'll give you a very similar look to new concrete. So let's say homeowner, end user, whoever, they just poured some concrete and it's a totally different color than the rest of the concrete. So that you can use this as an overlayment, apply it to the existing concrete, and it should match up with the new concrete fairly well.
Need any additional reinforcement, like fiber mesh or anything?
No, this is a engineered overlayment that's going to be stronger than concrete at the end of the day at an 1/8 inch.
What about flexibility?
It has decent flexibility. I'm sorry. The question was, how about the flexibility? Flexibility isn't much of an issue. It was used at the Pirates of the Caribbean, and this is the material that they use to make the ships, those high-end decorative finishes, and it was stored, out in the ocean for months?
Oh, yeah. So actually, even a more recent bout, I get to work a lot with the movie studios and the set designers. If any of you are any Viking movie favorite people out here, if you are into Vikings, all right, we got one taker at least. We're in the movie called The Odyssey, if you've known that. And so what happens is every day they've got to create the most tempestuous waves and storms on the surface of the ocean, right? While they're on land. So that requires a great amount of flexibility in the coating. In fact, for something that reaches about 8,000 PSI, which is almost 2x the normal strength of cast in place concrete, with having this level of flexibility, you can bet that there's probably not a use that you're going to have that's going to be as stringent, if you will, as being on a ship that's being rocked about 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. So incredible flexibility. The other thing I like about this too, we talked about reinforcement, right? So this doesn't require, fiberglass reinforcement. Neither does it require metal lath or any of those kind of grid designs, because it's really designed to be a post component of a topical concrete addition. So a lot of times when you use lathe and things like that, it's really on a more flexible system, a system that might be more of kind of a membrane or mesh technology system. But this right here is a modified cementitious polymer. So it does not require any type of reinforcement. Well, that's always a unique and tricky substrate. Now, our recommendation for plywood, because it doesn't have the stability of natural cast-in-place concrete, is to use some type of lathe system, or lath system to ensure that. Pretty simple to do, and we can talk about that in, and we actually have a product system in our Plydeck line that's designed for specifically going over wood. So we can definitely catch up on that one. And
Thank you.
Oh, and I was just going to say, and that Plydeck is sold here at Sunshine Supply.
So this is just a broom finish that we're easily able to achieve utilizing Bond-Kote. We applied that material yesterday. It was dry in 4 or 5 hours. We probably could have even sealed it and top coated it yesterday if we wanted to, but this is just one of the many things that can be created. You can stain it, seal it, you can stamp it, you can skip trowel it, you can texture it. This has a lot of options and different finishes at the end of the day. Absolutely. You could resurface driveways with this all day long. We get a lot of people in the Midwest that resurface concrete with this. Simple, easy, quick, inexpensive, all that good stuff. Fast return to service.
Yeah, it's also great for forming. Have you ever gone to a project and the concrete's just gone? There's a corner of one of the pads that they laid and maybe 6 to 8 inches of it is gone. Well, you could actually utilize this product to reform at 2 to 3 inch lifts at a time. So that way you can redo your context corner, if you will, or even type of a surface gouge where there may be material that's missing on the inside. So.
You want me to go get the
Primerless, that's a great question. Yes, this is a true marriage between concrete and concrete. A lot of times where you find that you need a primer is where you're using maybe more of an acrylic-based technology. Some of the modified acrylics are actually pretty high performing, but one thing I've always said, nothing works better than the relationship that existed the first time, right? So if you're going concrete, you want to go concrete to concrete versus concrete to acrylic. We do. He's going to go through the mixing process, and the only thing that you have to add to it is water.
Clean, potable water.
If it's hot outside, when you're in direct sun, is it difficult to work with because it's going to start drying real quickly because it's so thin? But it's such a thin coating.
You're about to see. Okay. Yes, sir. And that's why we love getting people to work with it now on demo boards and things like that before we actually get it out in the field.
So what did you top coat it with?
This is going to be our 250, our polyurethane 100. Any of those coatings would work, but I'd recommend 250. You're good. I got you.
I got it.
Thank you. Yep. All right. Thank you, sir. Does anybody want to mix the Bond-Kote? All right. Who wants to mix the Bond-Kote? All right, there you go. What's your name, sir? Luis? I think Luis deserves a prize. Thank you, sir. You want gloves? Anything? Now, we always recommend mixing full kits. We're probably just going to do a half kit. Actually, you know what? I'm going to leave this here. We can do this as a giveaway or something like that. I have a partial kit I'm going to go grab real quick. Mr. Wells is going to saturate our substrate. This is the mixer that we're going to use. And I am a big believer of cleanliness is next to godliness. So you don't see me using a mixer that we just mixed up epoxy and poly with our cementitious product.
Now, I'd like to talk about something that you may be familiar with. Is anybody familiar with the dime rule when it comes to water absorption? I mean, like, how do you know that your substrate is taking on the right amount of moisture? I mean, how can you really know? You need some type of $10,000 moisture indicator or something like that? Well, sometimes some of the oldest things in the world come to work with some of the newest things in the world. So you know how they used to do it back in the day? The dime rule basically is you would put a dime-sized bead of water on a cementitious substrate, and if it's properly prepared, or if the substrate is porous enough, what would happen is it would absorb, and let's see, Anybody want to take a wild guess how long would it have to absorb?
45 seconds.
All right, that's close. Well, let me give you another hint. It's called the dime rule. So dime isn't just its size, dime is also its time. Yeah. So that's the reason why how I gauge whether or not if a substrate's ready. If I'm sitting up here talking to this gentleman right here, and I've had my dime size on there for about 25 seconds, what am I probably needing to do with that? Two things it tells me. Either I don't have the right CSP, concrete surface profile, I don't have it opened enough, or what's maybe more important is it possible that I might have a bond breaker on that surface? Yeah. So what are the most notorious bond breakers that you know? Anybody? Just shout them out. This is Family Feud, and you got to get the top 5 answers. What would the most notorious bond breakers be that could actually be inside the concrete? I'll give you one. Say, I heard concrete cure and seal. Yes, ding, ding, ding. Number 2 answer on the board. What else did I hear? What else? Oil. Number 1 answer, oil. So many things have oil in it that we always think about car or motor oil. There's a lot of other oils out there. Number 1, especially if you're on a driveway or a garage floor or anything that people have vehicular traffic, what types of things have oil in them? Tire shine. Yeah, everybody likes that tire shine.
My bad.
But guess what? What else? Anything else? Anything? How about brake fluid? WD-40. How about just the asphalt sealant on brand new, just developed interstate or road travel? Has anybody got any of that great development going like we have in Atlanta? So all that black silicate that you have that's on there, you keep driving back and forth into your driveway or your garage, and guess what you're going to end up doing? In your properly prepared substrate, you could actually have the right surface
Go ahead and start
profile,
mixing if you don't mind, please.
but a bond breaker could turn out to be your nemesis on that project.
It's not recommended. We always want to mix partial kits, but I'd rather give I got you. Let it go all the way down. Nice and slow. You want to hold it with your feet. There you go. Did it pack up on you? Let me grab it. I always try and put a little material in or a little water in the bottom of the bucket so it doesn't pack out like that. But most of the time, having 2 people that are experienced mixing it is much easier, because this is what not to do. So perfect opportunity to learn.
If I could say, Ryan, another thing that I used to do back in the day, if a mix required, say, 4 quarts of water, well, what I would do is put the 3 quarts of water in first, and then add my powder and gently start mixing the material so that I would kind of ease that 4th quart in there, and makes it a lot easier to stir. I mean, everybody has their own methodology, so just kind of sharing a tip that I've used when I put on cementitious applications. Yep. Yes, Joseph. I always get that question. And I could always say you can use Bond-Kote. However, that may not be your best recommendation. If you were maybe doing a patch, or you're maybe doing something where there's an existing concrete substrate already intact, then Bond-Kote could be used to kind of maybe masquerade or somewhat kind of hide that imperfection, or maybe tie into. If you're really good at your color saturations, you could probably blend it very well, so all you have to do is worry about your natural edges. But when it comes to concrete countertops, I always like to talk about that, because we obviously are a producer of concrete products. If you are in the countertop space, then truly concrete is its best friend when it comes to concrete countertops. Because a lot of times what you're dealing with, you're not dealing with something that's going to expand or something that's going to move a lot, actually, unless there's an earthquake. So I would, kind of go with a standard concrete mix design. You can buy kind of like a bucket of that, so. All right, Ryan, looks like you're coming around on that, making the surface talk there.
I did. I jammed it up. And again, this is stuff not to do. Don't get in a rush. I got in a rush. I didn't have enough material, enough water in my base. I put too much material in, it packed out down to the bottom. The easiest thing to do is not to do stuff like that. Then you don't have to worry about trying to mix it and getting stuff all over everywhere. So slow and steady wins the race. Rushing around, I make, careless mistakes, not scraping the board, making a mess on the floor, hard packing. Those are all things that are preventable out in the field.
So we want to get a new bucket?
No, we're good. Good. It was more work than it needed to be. Yes, sir. You're good. Another smart contractor out there teaching me. Thank you. I'm not worried. There we go. Okay. Wellesley? So he's going to saturate it.
Now, obviously, the old trigger finger would not be the way to go. I'm sure what you'll be able to find is at Sunshine Supply, they will have an assortment of pump-up sprayers that would obviously get your production rate up. Now, if you'll notice that in the direct sun, there is a moisture transfer rate that's going to be very, very fast. So what you might find yourself doing is, don't think just because you sprayed that your surface is saturated well enough. You may have to kind of get ahead of yourself. Usually about 4 to 6 feet of application is where do you want to be, because that's how much area you're going to have to work into before this dries up. So in reality, when he was actually still mixing, I could have still been spraying. Now we have a phenomenon when it gets really, really hot. What some people have done just to slow down that moisture absorption rate is they literally spray it down with a water hose. Now they don't use the like they're putting out a fire setting, but they use a good fog. And a good fog will actually place it in water droplets, and water droplets are your friend when you're getting ready to do an area. So what you do is, if you ever got ahead of yourself, you're just going to let it dry, and you can see that might take all of 30 seconds or so. Now, one of the things that's also kind of something to consider is really walking out your application process. And what I mean by walking out your application process, if you're doing a big area, some of that area may actually be shaded, like you all are, and some of it may be in the sun, as I am. So which one would you want to do first? Would you want to do the shaded area first, or would you want to do the area that's in the sun first? Say again? Sun first. I get that answer all the time. All the time. And I'm not saying you can't do that, but here's something to consider. A lot of times what will happen is if you do an area that's shaded, it'll take much longer to set up. So if you go ahead a lot of times and do, your shaded area first, by the time you get to your exposed area, you will be running, but you have almost equal the setup time. What will happen if you start in the sun, it's going to set up and have a thermodynamic drying exchange a lot different from what you did in the shaded area. So guess what happens when you get that much of a differential? Your concrete, just like cast in place concrete, always looks slightly what? Always darker where it's been covered, right? Because that means that the moisture was held and retained on the substrate much longer than it would have if you were actually going much faster in the sun. Yes. So the question is, when it comes to strategy and position of application and installation, does it make a difference from the morning to the afternoon? You bet it does. And sometimes this is what happens. We planned on getting there in the morning. When do we actually get there? In the afternoon. So what you want to do is to make sure that you have cascading sunlight, and you want to follow the edge that you have that's going to be the longest in the sun. If you follow that edge, then by the time you get there, you'll know which edge you want to back out of. So always look and see, okay, your sundial, where's that sun going to finish? And that's where you want to be making sure you walk out from.
Ready? Do we need to spray again? And that's what Mr. Wells has taught me, and having a good team surround. Hold on, it's already dry. We need to resaturate that substrate before we start again. And it might dry by the time he even gets done over here. So I'm gonna pour a puddle. And if we have a couple clumps in it, that's my fault from inadequate mixing. You tell me when. A little more. So we get right there. And people ask, well, how thick do you apply it? Typically, with a skilled trowel expert, you're going to go the thickness of the aggregate. So this material is recommended to go around 1/8 of an inch. Can it be applied a little bit thicker? Yes. Can we feather it? Yes. The recommendation from the manufacturer is 1/8 inch. I know if we're going to do stamping, that's not going to be thick enough. So 1/4 inch if you're going to stamp something, or if you need a little bit more depth, you could probably get away with 1/4 inch, no problem.
He said, what are we going to do if we're going to use a stamp?
Yes, sir. Just double the thickness. So instead of 1/8 inch, you're going to do 1/4 inch, and you can stamp it. Now, it does dry quick.
Now, what we also have, though, in this particular assortment of Super-Krete, we actually do have a stamp mix. Now, that stamp mix is made with a much bigger aggregate that will sit up, that will take the impression or compression of a stamp. My recommendation would actually be that if you're going to utilize this product for stamping, that you do kind of a roller type stamp application. Or if you're going to build up where you're going to do lines or something like that, hand troweling works great. If you are going to be using mats or flexis or pads, I would certainly recommend our stamp mix, which is way more fortified for the weight for the stamping process. As you can also see, there is going to be a challenge sometimes with getting to a natural edge, especially if you got work on that end. So what we would normally do is we don't want to introduce, once he has it laid out, any more moisture to the actual product itself. Now what he might do is if he turns his trowel to the outside and just kind of leave it open there, then what I'll be able to do is give him a little bit of squirt on there just to kind of make it more malleable so he can have an opportunity to work the product a little bit better. So add to your tool, not to your substrate.
Because you could apply too much water. Thank you. Here we go. Do you want to saturate this before we do the broom finish? That one's a little dry already. If you want to try and broom it over here, let's see what it looks like. There you go. And again, this does take a team. This is not a one-man or two-man show unless you are very experienced with these products, especially out in the sun. What's the temperature right now? 82, 3. Above 80 degrees, it's tough unless you have a skilled trowel, a skilled broomsman, a skilled saturator, and usually I'd say a three-man crew is going to be minimum on something like this.
In most cases, what you normally do if you're working in direct sunlight, as soon as the material goes down, you're going to start brooming. You usually want to, you'll have an individual mixing and applying, so they always stay ahead of the person who is troweling it smooth and basically brooming. So in theory, if you're doing this with a 3 or 4 person crew, you got to definitely have 4 people in direct sunlight. But what you'd want to be doing is you want to be staying just in tandem, working your way throughout the entire project in that loop. And remember, if you're going to stop, you're going to have to make sure and stop at a control joint.
Absolutely. Spray textures, knockdown, all that good stuff. Yes, sir. Now, pool decks. I get a lot of people utilizing this for their pool decks. We offer it in white as well. So a spray texture, knock it down, coat of poly 250, coat of poly 100, something like that. It's done. Minimal prep as well.
And it won't be slippery around a pool deck with the poly 100?
With a broom finish, I think you, with a little bit of aluminum oxide in your final top coat, you wouldn't have any issues. Now, again, kids running, you know, around the pools and things like that, I would probably recommend maybe a little bit heavier oxide. If it's just a standard, say an adult pool, we're not gonna have people running around jumping and things like that. So you could get away with a broom finish and a seal coat.
The aluminum oxide, you talking 60 grit for an adult pool, maybe like a 30 or 40 grit for if there's children present?
The question was 60 grit for aluminum oxide or heavier grit for like a playground area for children or water parks and things like that? Absolutely. 60 grit is my go-to aluminum oxide. I have it, I think I have it inside there. I always have that in my toolbox. That is a must. And again, in water parks and things like that, they like it to have a heavy non-skid finish so people don't slip and fall. If they do slip and fall, they might, you know, scratch themselves up a little bit. Not going to be because the floor coating was slippery. Most of the time it's so aggressive that the only way to even clean it is a power wash and a deck brush.
Is it a little reactivating with water?
It does. I mean, again, do we recommend, you know, saturating the substrate? No. If we've got to get it done, you know, sometimes that's what it takes.
Yeah.
Or let this dry.
Sand it down.
A light sand, and you can always, I think you get more working time when you're applying it over itself compared direct to concrete or direct to this thirsty concrete board. So if we are working out in this type of weather, let's do a base coat first. Trial finish, all good. You know, if we want to get some brooming in it, great. You know, maybe around the perimeter or stuff like that. But in the main area, pool decks, sidewalks, patios, things like that, that's when I would recommend to ensure that we have the right applicators, and doing a 1 or 2 coat application might be mandatory.
So I kind of actually like this situation. You know, it's kind of like making the best out. Things are going to happen on a live job site, right, that you didn't anticipate, customer didn't pay for, and that could possibly be standing in the way of your getting paid. So how would one fix something like that? Well, actually mixing up another unit and brooming it right over the top immediately without saturating it would probably be your best fix. So one of the things I always like to talk about is not if something's going to go wrong, when they go wrong, and how do you address it in real time on the job site.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, I'm sorry. I'd leave it neat. It'll bond to it. I would leave it neat. It'll bond to itself. You don't need to add any aggregate to it.
No, but you say, okay. The aggregate would go in the final top coat, though, not in the intermediate or where. Say that again. The aggregate, the bleached aluminum oxide, would go in the final top coat. Otherwise, you're going to bury it, and it'll just end up being smooth.
And it won't be too rough around a pool deck with bare feet?
Depends on the size you choose for the aggregate. If you go 60 grit, no, not at all. But if you go 30 or 20,
Yeah, let's try it.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, and I actually like the way you're thinking. It's called encapsulating the aggregate, so that you're in places where people are going to actually have human contact with the substrate, but you still want to have a slip coefficient of friction where they'll be not in peril. To his point, if you encapsulate a really micronized aggregate and you trap it, then you're probably not going to get any optimum use. One of the things, too, about aggregate, when you're doing your mock-ups, you're doing your samples, is make sure the cut of the aggregate. We all know that there's size of aggregate, right? We always know about its mesh. But do we ever weigh its cut? So what I typically will do is if I'm going to be around a substrate that really where human contact, especially feed or animals or puppies or dogs or cats, I want a rounded type of aggregate to embed in that. Number one, it's smoother. Number two, it's easier to clean. Number three, it's not so jagged where I'm going to rip up and cut people's feet up. So the kind of aggregate cut also makes a difference. And then we can kind of tour that as to what the offering is here at Sunshine Supply, and I'm sure they can give you whatever you would need to accomplish your job. But a lot of times people like to use things like sand or all that kind of stuff. You're right. Your feet are going to be looking really rough after a couple of evenings in the pool. So make sure you give your samples with a rounded aggregate and not a jagged or cut aggregate.
If I can add to that, if you're going to be using a sand, there are angular sands and there are rounded sands. Now, of course, the rounded, non-angular sands are going to cost a tiny bit more, but we do offer both of them here. So just know that when you're buying like a standard silver sand, silica sand, or excuse me, a silver sand, those are going to be more angular than something like a premier sand, which will be rounded and washed typically. Clumping too, so you have to be careful about that. It's just best to broadcast. No, that would be your top. Yeah, you do not want to. So let's say you're doing 2 coats of top coat. You're going to put down your first coat, let that cure. Then you're going to put down your second coat, broadcast your synthetic aggregate, which would be like bleached aluminum oxide, or I mean, if you really wanted to, sand, and then maybe do another coat. If it's a really heavy grit sand, do another coat on top of that. You could technically broadcast the sand into that first top coat and then coat on top of it, but we're talking about large grit sizes, 16, 20, maybe a 30, but probably in the 12, 16, 20 sizes. Other than that, everything else is going to go in your top coat. Yeah, but it's still the size. The size of the aggregate is really what you're using to differentiate whether this aggregate is going to be going in the first top coat or the last top coat that you're doing. Because you don't want to flood the aggregate to where you no longer have a surface profile. So based on your aggregate size, is this going in the first top coat or is this going in the second top coat, so I don't eliminate the aggregate ultimately? Does that answer your question?
I think the other thing too that's important about understanding aggregate displacement is what is going to be my sheen impact, right? You can't take something that's smooth, say of a gloss finish or a satin finish, and not somewhat demise the, as they say, light reflective value, right? So I would always make sure that your customer understands the one thing you can't control is going to be exactly how the light is going to hit, how shiny something's going to be. Then things tend to be a lot shinier during the day, right? When the sun is at its apex. And they may say, man, this is super shiny. And people associate things that are shiny as being what? Wet, or even worse from a slip and fall standpoint, slick, right? So one of the things I always tell people, you are going to have some place where the amount of aggregate, because you're broadcasting a very, very fine grit, you're not going to evenly displace it. A lot of times customers have pushed back on the outcome of an event such as an installation like that is because they say it's uneven, or this right here is shinier than it is over here. You ever heard those expressions? Is somebody trying to get maybe a slight discount on the outcome? So if you manage that expectation up front and let them know that you don't control that displacement, but what you are controlling is giving them a better chance of having something to that effect that is better for their feet, but also keeps them safe, that's the ultimate goal that you want to work with your consumer to produce.
Good job, Jeff. Thank you. concerns in regards to our overlay material. What'd you think of it? So, I will give you guys some privileged information, and I do want to be politically correct, where we have been told that some of our products are too fast. We want more working time. So our Plydeck division is actually working on I have to be careful how I word this, a material to slow down the cure process to give you more working time.
Safe harbor statement.
Thank you. So that is something that we can utilize in the future, hopefully, to slow things down. And let me rephrase that. I don't think it actually slows down the cure time. It gives more working time. So instead of what we had, about 10 minutes maybe, give or take, in direct sun, it should about double that working time, but still cure at the same rate.
Probably familiar with retarders and how retarders work, and that's what you wanted to be able to do. You don't want to have more time that the customer has to wait to return the service, but obviously, as you can see, you know, and some good methodology too will help you to stay out of harm's way, you know, such as really truly getting material out of the bucket, getting it laid down smooth. And remember, one thing about this is broom finish. This is what I've often seen people do. People actually start to lay down the product like they're doing some type of master one piece. Remember, it's a broom finish. So the knockdown of it, the flattening of it doesn't need to be perfect. It needs to be functional. And the broom will also carry off any additional excess. So always remember, you know, what's going to make it pretty is not your trowel work when it comes to broom finish. It's the broom that's going to make your finish be what it is.
Thank you for bringing that up as well. And people that are good enough to trowel are usually good enough to use a magic squeegee or a magic trowel. This is going to make the job a lot easier. You're not on your hands and knees, and you can move material a lot faster. So this was the hardest way to apply this material the way we just did it. This is going to be a clutch tool to utilize in the future. Yeah, I wouldn't argue with that. We were just talking in regards to like pool decks and things like that. Probably want to put a little extra level of non-skid and protection to ensure people aren't slipping and falling on that floor that you just put down. Better than any concrete that you could ever have poured. Absolutely.
One of the things that they'll tend to do, if slip, is really the let's say the root goal, because it's what is if it's compliancy. For example, if somebody were to use this on a ramp, they're not just looking for the aesthetics, right? That's the reason why you're using it. What you'd want to do in that case is just do a double broom finish. A double broom finish is likely going to be better than most any aggregate that you're going to have. What's going to eventually happen to aggregate, once you start rolling two-wheel dollies over the top of it, you start rolling flatbed, mobile carts, you start bringing out the forklift, guess what's going to happen to that aggregate you spend so much on? It's going to go away. But the broom finish, it's going to stay there.
Thank you. That's a very good point. I think we did have one question we wanted to bring up yesterday. What was that, Wells?
Oh, let's see. I think I had a number of questions. Turn it on. Testing. Here we go. So,
like the biggest issues.
Oh, yeah, some of the challenges that you just run into. I think that you don't have much rain out here, but when you do, what happens if something tends to go white on you? Has anybody ever had a clear coat turn white? Has anybody ever had that? So, yeah, I think at some point, if you haven't, you will. So one of the things that we always like to try first is, if you have access to it, is low denatured alcohol. A lot of times, especially with a water-based type product, it'll kind of release and kind of open up just long enough to cause enough surface tension to let the moisture escape. I always say this, I'd rather try something liquid than sanding first, but obviously You know, if you get into an aggressive situation where it turns white, you do that. When it comes to solvent, then obviously any of your medium flash solvents will typically open up and release. You know, if you can get a hold of some xylene. Xylene is usually the best one to try to use on something that's solvent based.
Not here though.
Not here?
Acetone.
Acetone, that's right. I forgot. I forget my markets. Acetone would be your go-to in this market. So.
Is that Atlanta talking over there?
It is. That's coming from the East Coast. So like I said, yes, but definitely you want to use an exempt solvent type of structure. You can use denatured alcohol, right? I thought it was still an exempt solvent.
Yeah, but we always recommend to try and stay away from denatured alcohol as much as possible because it could leave a film.
Yeah.
Because it does have fillers in it. You know, back in the day they made denatured alcohol for roofers who were drinking the isopropyl. So.
True. Good
Make
point.
try
So
and stay away from
acetone
skin.
is
Acetone.
acetone would be your solution there. What else do we need to troubleshoot that they might come into?
Really, it was a question for them, directed towards them. What are the biggest issues and hurdles that you guys and women face on a day-to-day basis out in the field? Moisture issues, contamination issues. Is everything all good? California, sunny and good? I'll take that. That's a good point. Okay. How do you attack that?
Well, we'll dry the surface off with blowers,
Yes, sir.
towels, or we wait for it to burn off. But if it burns off too late in the day, we won't do it. Because when you're near the post, the marine layer and the fog can come right back in before it has a chance to get the material down or have a chance for it to dry properly.
Thank you. Again, I learn something new every day. So that was a good point that I didn't even think about. On West Coast and East Coast, I would assume. Thank you. Yes, sir. Question? Comment? Okay, I think I'm going to pass it back to the professionals.
Thank you guys so much for coming today with this live training with Arizona Polymers Flooring and Sunshine Supply. We really do appreciate everyone and all of your time. We know that it's actually it's a pretty heavy investment from a labor perspective and a cost to dedicate time to sit here and watch us all talk about products that you guys are working with day in and day out. But we're hoping that this value really helps increase your guys' productivity and have outstanding products that you have the opportunity to use, you know, from your ICP group, Arizona Polymers. So thank you. For everyone who's been joining us on the YouTube live event, we wanted to thank you for sticking with us and being a part of this wonderful training that APF has so graciously been able to put on. We'll make sure to stay in touch with all of you, and we hope you have a great day.
Thanks all.
For everyone else, if